time, Lou! Whoa, time, Lou! on, man. Sorry. Yeah, good morning. It's Uncle Lou here. Everybody owes Tommy Castellanos an apology, except for Tommy Castellano. We all owe Castellanos an apology. Holy shit. Florida State big boy Bama. I mean, put him in a locker, bullied him, pushed him around, shoved him around, dominated the lines of scrimmage, breaking tackles, running through arm tackles. They were out-coached, out-schemed, more prepared, more ready, more motivated. They had beat the absolute fucking soul and will to live out of the Gumps. And you know who saw that coming? Tommy Castellanos. Nobody else. No, not me. I didn't see it coming. You didn't see it coming. We got on here, everybody and their brother clown Tommy Castellanos for 3 fucking months. And Tommy Castellanos went out there and absolutely humiliated Alabama for 4 fucking quarters. I mean, absolutely humiliated him. Ty Simpson doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. Kalen DeBoer doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. Alabama's secondary damn sure doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. Their defensive front might know what to do, but they're unable to physically do it. They're an absolute fucking disaster. Kalen DeBoer might as well look for a house to rent in Tallahassee, because there's no way that motherfucker's going back to T-Town. There is no way. Are they on the internet yet with the fire Kalen DeBoer routine? There's no way Alabama fans are sitting around going, well, everything will be fine. No, it won't, buddy. Alabama just got eliminated from the playoffs. Alabama's not making the playoffs again, which is hilarious, but now we have to sit around for the rest of the college football year and hear about how Alabama would beat every hypothetical team that they don't play. Meanwhile, they're going to lose to Georgia, they're going to lose to Tennessee, they're going to lose to LSU, they're going to lose to Oklahoma, they're going to lose to Vandy. They're going to be sitting there at 6-6, running around telling everybody how they could have beat everybody they didn't fucking play. Holy shit, Alabama is fucking bad. I mean, they are horrible. They're really fucking bad. Holy shit, they're bad. Holy fuck. You know who's sitting around going, man, I sure am glad Alabama lost. All the fucking Texas fans. Yeah, y'all are going to get some shit too. But look, Texas lost to a good team. Alabama lost to Florida fucking State. Florida State's a goddamn disaster. Holy shit. How do you go down there and lose? You know Alabama's never lost to Florida State ever in history? Until today. Shout out Kalen DeBoer. I had to update the scroll on the bottom. Don't know what they're doing list. Kalen, DeBoer, KD, Kalen DeBoer, and K DeBoer. None of those people know what the fuck they're doing. None of them. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh my God. Y'all are... Alabama is bad. I mean real bad too. God damn. Y'all are bad. What do we need to do with these scores? You want me to leave this Georgia score on the screen? Alabama beat the soul out of Marshall. It's Marshall. What do you want me to say? Zachariah Branch is going to be a problem. I'll tell you that about Georgia. Zachariah Branch is going to be a problem for people. I'm worried about Georgia's ability to run the ball still, outside of Gunnar Stockton. Thank God he finally ran the ball today. I've been mad for 8 months that Gunnar Stockton didn't run the ball against Notre Dame, but they clearly had a game plan today that involved Gunnar Stockton running the ball. So, I mean, to me, that's the only benefit of playing Gunnar Stockton. If you're not going to run Gunnar Stockton, you might as well put Ryan Puglisi in the game. So, that was okay, but the offensive line in the run blocking, it struggled all day against a really bad Marshall team. I mean, I'm not going to get on here and bitch and moan. They won the game 45-7, and all the woozies played the entire second half. So they could have won the game 70-0. But the offensive line not opening up holes, not getting a lot of push up front against Marshall is not a good sign going forward for Georgia's running game. That's the bad news. The good news is the wide receivers are night and day better than last year, so maybe that'll help make up the difference. That plus Gunnar Stockton's ability to run the ball a little. The defense was lights out for Georgia. They played great. So I mean, a couple of injuries in today's game along Georgia's offensive line that I don't have any updates on, that I obviously hope aren't anything serious. You don't want to see anybody get injured for any team, but especially in a week 1 game against Marshall like that. So we'll see. But starting right guard and one of the starting tackles both had to leave the game injured. So we'll see what that means going forward. But what else? I'm glad you asked. Tennessee gave up 900 yards to Syracuse or whatever it was. Well, how many yards did Tennessee give up to the Fruit? But they did win the game, which was a minor miracle there. Texas and Ohio State. I mean, if all you want to see is offense, then it was a boring game. But that was 2 NFL junior teams playing, Texas and Ohio State. I mean, people are dunking on Arch Manning. Why? Because Texas lost? Or are you going to dunk on Julian Sayin or what, he gets a pass since Ohio State won? Neither one of those offenses looked any good. Raise your hand if you don't think Texas or Ohio State's going to have a good offense this year. Both those offenses are going to be fine. Texas and Ohio State, 2 of the top 5 defenses in the country. So, yeah, they didn't light it up offensively. But both of those teams are loaded on both sides of the ball with NFL players. Ohio State came out on top 14-7. Here's the thing for Texas. You go on the road like that against a top 5 team, you can't get inside the 10-yard line twice and come away with no points. I mean, what are you doing? Some of Sarkisian's play calling I thought was a little suspect, which is weird because I do think Sarkisian's one of the best play callers in the game. But there were some situations today where I had to scratch my head and say, what the fuck are you doing? But you can't get inside the 10-yard line on the road at Ohio State twice, come away with no points, and then expect to win the game. But, I've seen people dunking on Arch Manning. I'm not ready to throw Arch Manning in a trash can. I mean, he could still have a good year. Ohio State's it's probably the best defense Arch Manning will play all year. Maybe Georgia, but that's way later in the season, so maybe Arch Manning's better by then. I don't know, but same thing with Ohio State, by the way. That's one of the best defenses Ohio State's going to play all year. So I think both those offenses are going to be fine. I thought the play calling was very conservative for both teams, by the way. It was pretty obvious the defensive game plan, at least in the secondary, was shell coverage, keep everything underneath. So you didn't have a lot of shots downfield and stuff like that. But I think both those teams will be fine going forward. Like, I still think both Texas and Ohio State are making the playoffs. Anybody doesn't think that? I do. I think Texas and Ohio State are both making the playoffs even after I watched the game today. Bama? No, Bama ain't getting nowhere near the goddamn playoffs, man. They're garbage. Bama's fucking terrible. Did you watch the game? They don't know what the fuck they're doing. I mean, they got embarrassed by Florida State. You know how hard that is to do? God damn. God almighty knows. But it is time to recalculate things for a lot of y'all in the SEC, ain't it? I told you Georgia was winning the SEC again. A lot of you dumbasses didn't believe me. But they are. And we'll adjust the rankings accordingly on Monday or Tuesday, don't worry. But Georgia will be moving that direction. Texas and Alabama will be moving that direction. On the Uncle Lou Top 25, that's pretty obvious. Also in addition to that as well. Michigan has scored already. I didn't see how. Was it something Bryce Underwood did? Let's see. True freshman quarterback Bryce Underwood gets to start today for Michigan. LSU Clemson hasn't started yet. Don't worry. I'll stop hollering and screaming and talk about that game when it starts. No, running play on the ground, about a 50-yard touchdown run for Michigan early in this one. They're playing a can of corn. I just wanted to check out. I just wanted to watch a little bit of Bryce Underwood. So I got that on over here. Over here, I had the Virginia game on. We can turn that game off. I bet Virginia minus 13. Look, listen. What you bet? Yeah, Virginia minus 13. Yeah. I bet Virginia minus 13 against Coastal Carolina. Why? I'm an absolute fucking degenerate. That's why. Virginia minus 13, and they're up 28-0. They're up 28-0 at halftime. So I can turn that off and put something else on if we need to. And then I got Clemson LSU coming on in the Clemson LSU coming on in the middle. I've been freebasing coffee. I should be good to go tonight. I've been live, by the way, since 9 o'clock this morning. So I don't want to hear shit. I'm the hardest working motherfucker on here. Now, there might be a lot better YouTube channels. In fact, I'm positive there is. Almost any YouTube channel you stumble across might be better than this one. But no motherfucker's going to outwork me during the college football season. You understand that? My dumb ass been live since 9 o'clock this morning. Can we get a thumbs up for that? Can we get a thumbs up for Uncle Lou being live since 9 o'clock this morning and staying live till about 11 or 12 tonight after after these games goes off? Thumbs up for Alabama losing? Surely we can get thumbs up for Alabama losing. Thumbs up to if you're Ohio State fans, hit the thumbs up. You guys had a big win today. Texas fans, hit the thumbs up. You guys had a big loss. Yeah, Shorthorns. The Shorthorns. I was glad to see Texas lose today. I don't have any hate towards Texas, the team. I really don't. I know Georgia played them twice last year, but I don't give a... There's no Georgia-Texas rivalry as far as I'm concerned. But the Texas fans, they need to sit down and eat a big giant plate to shut the fuck up for a while. Texas hasn't won a goddamn thing in 20 years. The only thing Texas fans have is a hat that's way too big for the fucking head, which is amazing considering how fucking big most of their heads are. But y'all gotta start winning something before you start talking shit in the SEC. This ain't the Big 12 where you get to beat up Kansas fucking State and then come around with your chest poked out like you fucking did something. You ain't got a goddamn thing except embarrass yourself in the fucking SEC. Ohio State has 8 wins in the last 100 fucking years against the SEC, and 2 of them are against Ohio State in the last 8 months. You have 25% of the SEC's all-time losses to Ohio State, and you've only been in the goddamn league for a little bit over a year. So shut the fuck up, sit down, and win something before you continue to run your goddamn mouth or your fucking fat fucking fingers on your wireless keyboard. Now y'all done pissed me the fuck off. Nobody owes you anything. Texas doesn't mean a goddamn thing in the SEC. Nothing. Nobody's laying out no goddamn red carpet for you because you used to be good when your great granddaddy owned slaves. Fuck him and fuck you too. Can I have another cup of coffee? Now I'm getting another cup of coffee. Are there any questions? We're college football royalty. Shut the fuck up. Win something. We're called Blue Bloods. I don't give a fuck. Nebraska and Southern Cal are Blue Bloods. They can't win shit either. Sit down and shut the fuck up. Alabama's a Blue Blood. They can't beat Florida State. Nobody gives a fuck. They don't. Least of all me. God damn, y'all are dumb, Texas fans. Holy fuck. Nobody owes you anything. Nobody owes you anything. Nothing. God damn. The Southwest Conference ain't coming back. The Southwest Conference ain't coming back. Turn off Josh Pate. The Southwest Conference ain't coming back. You're not any fucking good today. Nobody gives a fuck about the Southwest Conference. Oh, we beat Oklahoma. Fuck Oklahoma too. Fuck them. Oklahoma lost to Navy. They need to lose their SEC patch too. Take the SEC patch off Oklahoma jersey. Take it off Texas jersey. Oklahoma lost to a fucking service academy last year. You lost to Ohio State twice in 8 months. You both ought to be fucking ashamed. I have secondhand embarrassment just because you're in the SEC. I'm going to attempt to read some of these super chats. Hit the fucking Clemson on the goddamn short bus again. Look at this shit. Why is that a flex? Really, get off the goddamn short bus, got your helmet and chin strap on, Velcroed shoes, wallet in your mouth so you don't chew your own fucking tongue, crawl off the short bus, go in there, rub that stupid pet fucking rock that you have, and run down that silly ass hill. Jesus Christ Home Slice says, good game, Florida State. Sucks it happened against my Tide, Fire, Kane, Womack. Oh, is that what it is? So it's not Kalen DeBoer's fault, it's Kane Womack's fault? Well, maybe don't hire a defensive coordinator from fucking UAB or Alabama State or South Alabama or whatever half a football program y'all found that motherfucker at. Y'all spent a year trying to tell everybody I was a good hire. Now you want him fired. Buckeye Man says, SEC down bad, horns down, no way LSU losses too. Well, you mean loses, and yes, there is a way LSU loses. In fact, I'm picking Clemson to win. But the SEC wasn't the best conference in football last year, and so far this year, it doesn't look like they're the best conference this year either. So if I was ranking conferences right now for this year, I'd have Big Ten 1, SEC 2, probably Big 12 3, ACC 4 would be my rank right now. SEC is soft. Well, then stop bragging about beating them. What kind of a dumbass runs around bragging about beating a soft conference? That's kind of retarded, dude. Alabama is soft. U-Haul truck's already en route to his house. I'm talking about Kalen DeBoer, I assume. Kyle, shout out to you, Kyle. Kyle's been around all offseason, catching all the strays from me and everybody else, taking it on the chin like a real fan. He didn't disappear, duck, run, and hide when Florida State went 2-10. And now Kyle gets to stick his chest out and laugh at us. And Kyle, you deserve that, buddy. Good win, Kyle. I'm happy for you, buddy. I really am. I'm happy for you. Burnett family says, in the words of Uncle Lou, reality is starting to set in. Yeah, it's hard to warn people. Kyle says, let's fucking go, belt to ass. The Gumps are shook. Love all you guys still. I'm happier than a fly on dog shit. You should be, Kyle. That's a good win for Florida State. All trash talk aside. That's a good win for Florida State. All right, it's going to take me a second to get caught up on these super chats, but I'm doing my best here. I am doing my best here. Sharkzilla, thank you for the super chat. Can't wait for Alabama to unlock Saban mode for no reason when they play Georgia and win by 2 touchdowns. Yeah, I kept saying that during the whole, we were streaming the Alabama game on Patreon, and I kept saying the same thing. I said, Alabama's dog shit, but they'll probably get it figured out. I don't know when. And then I was like, well, yeah, I do. They'll get it figured out right before week 5 when they have to play Georgia, and they'll come into Athens and beat the shit out of Georgia like they always do. I mean, hell, you might be right. Father Shuey says, Lee Corso is immortalized even further today. Yeah, I enjoyed I ended my morning show a little bit early and watched the last hour of that game day show. I enjoyed seeing all the tributes and stuff to Lee Corso. Nemesis says, State has a better record than Bama. Hail State. Yeah, Mississippi State did manage to beat Southern Miss today somehow, some way. I don't know, but they figured it out. And Mississippi State did somehow get a win over Southern Miss. Breaking Parallel says, Gump Man gonna need to borrow Hill Jack Man's butt funnel tonight. There's gonna be a lot of wives and sisters just petrified. Yeah, a lot of wives and shit are scared to go home right now in Alabama, where they liable to get the shit beat out of them for no good reason. Michigan with the ball back again in a 7-0 lead. They're on their own 35. On the ground again, no gain on 2nd and 2. It's gonna be 3rd and 2. Clemson's running down this stupid fucking hill for no reason. So the game will be getting started here in just a few minutes. Droopy, thank you for that. I appreciate you and everything you do. You're good people. I don't care what the chat says. What? I'm going to wait a little while. I'm a little hopped up right now. Kyle says, I hope Ryan Williams is all right, though, for real. I hate to see injuries. Like, yeah, I do, too. I do, too. I think it was the right call to wave off the targeting. I don't think it was any type of targeting, but I don't know if he took a knee to the head or what it was there on that catch he tried to make, and he had to get helped off the field. He was kind of walking under his own power, so I don't know. Hopefully he'll be okay. By Insanity says, great win for my Buckeyes, sub to Uncle Lou. Yeah, make sure y'all are, everybody subscribe if you're not. I do this dumb shit every weekend during the college football season. Yeah, I do. I'm a fucking machine. Make sure you're subscribed. You'll be glad you did. You might want to watch the Your Season Is Over video tomorrow, too. Yeah, you might want to check that out. You don't know who you might see on there. Whoa, Todd, woo! Boomer, great coverage, Lou. I saw an early touchdown. I don't know what the score is at that Oklahoma game. I think it was a John Mateer touchdown run early in that game to put them up 7-0 or something. But I haven't kept up with that one. Booty Bandit, thank you for the super chat. And OU Boomer Sooner, thank you for the super chat. Jared G says Texas and Bama can't type hard enough. Yeah. Yeah, man, is there going to be some keyboards destroyed tonight? Alabama's liable to go through a whole bunch of AA batteries on them wireless keyboards. David Burke, thank you for the super chat. Am I still a Disney dog for suggesting UJ will beat Bama in Athens this season? Well, I don't think that by itself would make you a Disney dog. but I'm not picking Georgia to beat Bama until it happens. More than once every 9 tries or whatever. No way FSU stormed the field. Yeah, they did. FSU did storm the field after their week 1 win against 8th ranked Alabama. Yes, they did. All right, I'm all caught up on the super chats for now. I have to take a breath here. Can't believe I managed to get through all that before the game has even started. They're interviewing Brian Kelly. This is a weird thing here where somebody's got to break a streak, right? LSU hasn't won a week 1 game since 2019. Clemson has lost 3 straight games to the SEC. So some streaks got to end here. I took Clemson in this one because they're the home team, but I think this is going to be a good game. Kind of like the Texas-Ohio State game. I'm not going to be surprised no matter which team wins. The only thing that would surprise me is a blowout either way. But I'm expecting this to be a pretty good game. I did pick Clemson if anybody wants to troll me in case Clemson loses, but I won't be surprised either way on this one. Yeah, I won't be surprised either way on this one. I've got a bet on the Virginia game that's currently at halftime. I've got Virginia -13, and I've got a bet tonight on the UCLA-Utah game. Where's my Tennessee fans at? I took Utah -5 to beat up on Nico tonight. Don't we all want to see Nico lose? Is there anybody watching this that wants to see Nico win tonight? I don't think there is. Doesn't everybody want to see Nico lose? I think they do. I know Tennessee fans do, but I think just general college football fans are against Nico at this point. Kyle says, you helped me through the offseason. Lou is the real MVP no matter how many blows I took this offseason. For real, I love all you guys no matter how much shit I talk to you. Y'all should all give a big shout out to Kyle because Kyle's got every right to come in here and type y'all into oblivion with the I told you so routine and all that. A diehard Florida State fan who stuck around all offseason after his team went 2-10 last year. Like I said, caught all kinds of strays and bullshit all off season long, and he's in here being nice to everybody. So he's a bigger man than I am, because if I was in his situation, I'd be doing the world's biggest I told you so tour that anybody's ever seen. But shout out to you, Kyle. I am happy for you and the Florida State fans that they got a big win. Yeah. Michigan still up 7-0 over New Mexico halfway through the first quarter. Here we go with the LSU-Clemson game. LSU's got the ball first and 10 on their own 25. Nussmeier in a shotgun. Motion, snap. Nussmeier's going to hand it off. Nowhere to go. He gets away. They had him in the backfield, and he got away across the 40, 45, out of bounds near midfield. How did he not go down? Durham, the running back, I think that's the true sophomore. He was a freshman last year, and he had 700 or 800 yards. He had a good year last year as a true freshman. Is that him? Is that Durham, or am I thinking of somebody else for LSU? But wow, they should have had him in the backfield. He got loose, big gain of about 25. First and 10 at midfield. Nussmeier throw complete on a short out route, good for about 4 or 5. Good looking start to the drive here for the corn dog. That is him. Okay, yeah, I liked him last year. He got a true freshman last year, 700 or 800 yards. More of a primary back this year. Starts the season off good there with a 25-yard run. Really should have been stopped for no gain. Second and about 6 coming up now for LSU. Big Daddy Land says, ain't gonna lie, Lou, I'm one of the ones that tunes out February. Glad to be back. Hey, man, good to have you back, man. I know a lot of people don't stick around year round. I mean, I get it. Believe me, the numbers don't lie on YouTube or everywhere else, but it is good to have everybody back. It's going to be a great season, man. I'm glad you're back. J-Lock says, Joey better than Nico. Yeah, of course he is, because Joey plays for you and Nico doesn't. So of course you think that. Nick says, I was concerned with the conservative play calling in Brian Hartline's debut. I think Texas secondary did its job, but my God, am I excited to see how much better this Ohio State team gets. I agree. I think the play calling was intentionally conservative here, early game, early in the season, trying to feel each other out. It seemed to me like both defenses were playing kind of back a little, trying to keep everything in front of them, and it worked. Neither team really took that many shots downfield. Everything was the sort of dink and dunk, the little kind of hitch passes behind the line of scrimmage that every fan base on the planet hates and complains about when their team runs them, but every team in the country does it 10 or 15 times a game. And I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I came away from that Texas-Ohio State game going, okay, both of these teams are going to be in the playoffs. The Alabama-Florida State game, no, neither one of those teams are going to the playoffs, but Alabama's down bad. They're down real bad. Bama Man, or Brian Gentry, thank you for the super chat. He says, Bama Man says, we are who they thought we were, clowns. We got beat by clowns. Yeah. Mike Norvell, of course, the head clown, put a whooping on Kalen DeBoer. Kalen DeBoer is in a bad way. I'm not going to lie. Kalen DeBoer is in a bad way. Does Kalen DeBoer have the same problem Josh Heupel has? Can't win on the road. Last year, Kalen DeBoer lost on the road at Vandy, on the road at Oklahoma, neutral site away from home to Michigan. That's three pretty bad teams last year. Now they start out this year with a loss on the road to another bad team, Florida State. Josh Heupel's another one. Wins some games, but can't win no road games. I don't know. C. Deaton says that Texas game was real bad as the Texas fan. Wait a minute. And if we didn't get our shit together, it's going to be a long season. I think Texas will be fine. Can we do a wellness check on the Bama Man? We need to make sure they aren't jumping out of their windows and off their trailer roofs. Woe tide, dummies. I hear you. Bama Man on suicide watch. Yikes. Yeah. Bama Man's in a bad way. It's going to be 3rd and 11 here for LSU, opening drive of the game. What am I doing? That. Let's do that. It's a commercial break on the game. So, shout out to Sleeper. They've been good enough to sponsor the live streams this season. So y'all check out the Sleeper app, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. They're going to match your first deposit, dollar for dollar, up to $100 if you use the code LOU, L-O-U. Check it out, daily fantasy. Try to make yourself some money watching these college football games. I'm on the way to winning. So I had Zachariah Branch, the Georgia wide receiver, over 43 receiving yards. He hit that. I have Garrett Nussmeier under on the passing yards. Cade Klubnik over 1.5 touchdown passes. And Nicholas Harbor, the tight end / wide receiver for South Carolina, over the receiving yards. So we'll see if I can hit my sleeper pick this week. But download the app, check it out. It makes watching these games a lot of fun. You just pick more or less, over or under on player stat lines, and if you hit, you win yourself some money. Went up to 1,000x your money. Check them out, the Sleeper app. You'll be glad you did. It's legal in Georgia and over 30 other states, so make sure you check it out. Nick Koenig says Kansas State is fucking terrible. Are they losing again? I didn't even think to look at are they losing again, or did they lose? Did you see the Bama fan flipping off the camera? I did. At the end of the game, or towards the end of the game, I did see that. Yeah, I did see that. But of course, we already know the Bama fan's in a bad way, so give them a little bit of slack there on that. Lord knows I've been known to flick the camera off a time or two as well. So I'm not going to throw any stones on that. Samuel Zachariah says NASCAR viewership is going to be through the roof. Yeah, NASCAR couldn't be happier with Alabama circling the drain. NASCAR viewership is directly proportional to how good or bad Alabama is at the time. The worse Alabama gets, the higher NASCAR's rating gets. The better Alabama gets, the worse their ratings get, because most Alabama fans are fake fans, or just NASCAR fans who pretend to be Alabama fans when Alabama is good. That's pretty obvious. Michigan now up 14-0 over New Mexico. Kansas State's losing to North Dakota. Wow, they are down bad then. Jesus Christ Home Slice says Alabama's lines of scrimmage got outplayed by a team that didn't exist 5 months ago. This is coaching malpractice. Woe tide, though. Yeah, they got dominated on both lines of scrimmage. No question about it. Retro KG says this feels like pre-2008 Bama. Back to watching NASCAR for the Bama man. Good morning than that. Yeah, it does, KG. You're right. Uncle Badass, thank you for the super chat. He says, Bama and Texas suck. Holy shit, they both should be ashamed. Go Dogs. Love the content, Lou. I'm not convinced Texas sucks. I am convinced Bama sucks, though. Penn State man says, feels like we are never beat Ohio State. They never suck, and they look really good again. I'm down bad. I don't think Penn State's beating Ohio State this year either. I do think Penn State will beat Oregon at home in a few weeks, but I think they're going to lose on the road at Ohio State and be 11-1. But I think they will get a rematch against Ohio State in the Big Ten title game. That's my Big Ten predictions from the offseason. Yeah. This just in, Bama hires FSU lawyers. Bama going to sue to get out of the what? The SEC? Who are they suing? Who are they suing? What happened to LSU on that third down? Durham with a carry again there. 4th and 10. Corn Dog Man going to have to punt. They're on the Clemson 39. They're going to try to pin them back deep, I reckon. Here's the punt. This one is going to be into the end zone for a touchback, and we'll get our first look here at the Clemson offense. LSU picked up a first down with a big 25-yard run out to midfield, but the drive bogs down after that. They punted away, and we'll get our first look here at Cade Klubnik in the Clemson offense. Where is Feinbaum? I think he's in Charlotte. That's where the SEC headquarters are, and that's where his show broadcasts from, so I would assume that's where he is, but I don't know for certain. I don't have a geo tracker attached to Paul Feinbaum. It ain't got no gas in it. The entire Alabama program ain't got no gas in it right now. Running on empty. All right, here's Cade Klubnik in a shotgun. Clemson on their own 20-yard line. 4 wide, back to throw. Tipped at the line of scrimmage and falls incomplete. Lucky not to get that one picked off there and that, and also and two and that, two and that, and also and that. Florida winning 24-0. They must be going 100-0 now. Yeah, they're playing a school that I didn't even know existed. Never mind had a football team, Long Island University. They're obviously going to win that game 70-0 and then spend all this next week telling us how right they were about DJ Lagway and that Florida's winning everything. Of course, we all back here in reality know that that's not true. Clemson on the ground on 2nd and 10, picks up a couple of yards, but that's it. 3rd and long coming up here for the Taters. Jolish, thank you for the super chat. He says, I guess Goose Malzoon still absolutely has that smoke for Bama. Good Lord. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much of a difference that made, but yeah, he's offensive coordinator at Florida State now. Yeah, somebody just mentioned that Kansas State losing to North Dakota. I'm off the Kansas State train forever. Never again. That's 2 years in a row I done fell for that with Kansas State. I'm not doing it again. Oh. Klubnik's going to get sacked on 3rd and 8. Big loss on the play. All the way back around the 10-yard line. And Clemson goes 3 and out. They're going to be punting out of their own end zone in that. DeBoer's the wrong coach for Bama. I think he's decent at a smaller program. Alabama needs a guy with SEC experience. I guess Pac-12 Brian Harsin just ain't getting the job done, is he? At Bama? Dang. Don't know who could have saw that coming. Except for me and a lot of other people. LSU fair catches that punt at the 47. LSU's going to have great field position here. Goose Malzoon is Bama's daddy. I couldn't believe how slow Bama defense looked today. That, but more than that, getting pushed around and manhandled and Florida State players running through arm tackles and shit is what was the most alarming thing to me. We need Kiffin, says Bama dude. There was a penalty on that punt that's going to back LSU up some, I think. But it's going to be 1st and 10 for LSU. Each team's had the ball once. Not much offense in this one yet. I did see the guy, the Georgia Tech player, in a jersey that was 10 sizes too big. I don't know why they did that to that kid. I don't know why they made him wear that jersey. He looked silly as shit in that thing. I don't know why they made him wear that thing. Yeah, I know the exact play you're talking about with the running back carrying those Bama players into the end zone. They hit him around the 6-yard line, and he carried about 5 Bama players from the 6-yard line into the end zone. Yeah, because I mentioned the same thing when it happened. I couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it. Virginia all over Coastal Carolina, 28-0. 3rd quarter just underway. I've got Virginia minus 13 in that one, so it, of course, won't hurt my feelings at all if they continue to put an ass whooping on them. Harlan Harris, thank you for the super chat. He says, I was in here the other night asking what Norvell needed to do to get off your list. Is he off or not yet? Thanks, Lou. Well, if you can read the bottom of the screen, you'll see the updated list, Harlan. Loser Lane belongs in Tuscaloosa, says Soprano San. Scrotum Steve? What? Was the disrespect addressed or no? What are you talking about? Which you got to be more specific because everybody gets disrespected around here, so... You're not in here looking for somebody to pat you on your little peanut head, are you? That's not what we do here. We don't congratulate winners here. We laugh at losers. If you want somebody to tell you how good your team is, tune into the Josh Pate Show every Sunday. We don't do that here. This isn't a safe space, bud. This isn't a safe space at all. You're in the wrong place if you're looking for somebody to give you some kind of digital hug. We don't do that here. You realize this is week 1, right? I realize you spelled week wrong. Lou's play-by-play is a million times better than the current broadcasters. I haven't watched... I watch all the games on mute because I stream them, and if the YouTube audio picks up the game stream, they'll mark you for copyright, so I don't even listen to the announcers anymore. Nick Koenig says, stop mistreating Uncle Lou, which is probably the best idea I've heard all day. That's a great idea, Nick. Michigan with the ball up 14-0, 2 minutes to go in the first quarter. Bryce Underwood with his first ever collegiate start as a true freshman completes a pass for 15 yards right there, which I believe is more than Bryce Underwood had all of last season. I'm watching the Florida game and they have no offensive line at all. Lagway is constantly being chased. That's not good. I thought they were going to have a pretty good offensive line this year. Lou, bring Kyle on. Your season is over for Bama. Now, there's no way to do that. He doesn't live here. How are the chicken nachos? We ate those last week, but they were really good. Today we did had meatloaf and mashed potatoes for lunch, rotel dip for a snack. I've got a sub in there I'm going to eat in a few minutes, and boiled peanuts that I ate earlier. DJ Wagway Woo. I haven't watched any of the Florida games, so I can't really comment on what they're doing or not doing. I expect them to win about 70-0 against whatever Long Island is, but I haven't watched any of the game yet. 1st and 10 for LSU. Nussmeier, shuttle pass. Didn't fool anybody. Gain of about 2, that's it. It's going to be 2nd and 8, 2nd and 9 for LSU. Second possession of the game for LSU. Each team's had the ball once and each team has punted. We'll see if LSU can get something going here. Coming up on 10 minutes to go in the first quarter. 2nd and 7 now for the Corn Dogs. 4 wide. Nussmeier in a shotgun. Snap. Play action. Throws quick. Complete. Hit. Fumble. Scoop and score maybe. Nope. He gets dragged down from behind at the 25. Corn Dog made the catch. Spun around to get a first down. The ball was stripped right into the hands of a waiting Tater, who scooped the ball up and scrambled all the way down to the 25-yard line. Clemson's in business now. 1st and 10 in the red zone. First turnover of the game here. Looked like the Clemson defender just poked the ball out. Yeah. Yeah. Down inside the 25. That's a fumble. That is a fumble. How many TVs? I have 6 screens in here. I have 4 TVs and 2 computer monitors. Yeah, even the replay, it looks like a fumble to me. The ball was starting to come loose before he was ever down. So I think that's going to be a ball starting to come out right there. That looks like a fumble to me. Yeah, I'm sure they'll review it, but that's pretty clearly a fumble to me. Bunch of white nerds up in here. Well, what color are you, dumbass? Georgia Tech will win it all. Lee Watson. You've been huffing your own 18-wheeler fumes again, buddy. Stop it. Stop it. You barely beat Colorado, man. Brag about that. Don't be in here with the dumb shit about national titles for Georgia Tech, my guy. You my boy, but that's retarded, dude. Yeah. Which fans do you hate the most? I don't hate any fans the most, because I don't hate any fans at all. They're still reviewing this play, but it looks to me like the ball was coming loose before he was ever down. So they should uphold this, I would think, and it's going to be a fumble. Let me rephrase that. Which fans are the most annoying? Well, that changes depending on the circumstances. So, 2 off seasons ago, it was Florida State fans. They were the most annoying people on the planet. There's been lots of off seasons where it was Tennessee fans. Yeah, it was a fumble. They just upheld the call. MC Carey T, you're wrong again, bud. That was a fumble. They just upheld it. Florida fans have been pretty annoying this offseason. Who else has been annoying this offseason? Florida fans. Tennessee fans haven't been that annoying this offseason, but they've been annoying a lot of off seasons in the past. Bama fans are annoying every time they don't make the playoffs because we have 8 months of having to hear about how they would have won every hypothetical matchup they didn't play. And now we got to hear it all season because they've already eliminated themselves from the playoffs now. Because if you can't beat Florida State, you ain't getting nowhere near the goddamn playoffs. 1st and 10, Clemson tries to hit a little slant over the middle, sails over the head of the receiver, incomplete. 2nd and 10 coming up now for the Taters. Lou, my bets got destroyed today. Can I get a digital hug and a pat on the head? Unfortunately, I don't do that, man, but you can make some of it back if you want by betting on Utah tonight at -5. They're going to beat the soul out of UCLA, and Nico, I'm about to leave you. So whatever you lost, put that amount on Utah -5 and go ahead and make your money back. Jolie says it was nice having quiet FSU fans while it lasted. Now they're going to be coming out of the outhouses left and right. Yeah. Clemson into the end zone, but incomplete. 3rd and 10 coming up for the Taters. Why was that not targeting against the Taters? Probably because it was a shoulder-to-shoulder hit, and targeting includes contact to the head. Lou, send me your money that you receive when slamming FSU, you tard. How about you come over here and try to take it, Jonathan Reed? Come knock on my door. How about that? Or you can stay in my comment section and type till your fingers bleed. So Clemson throws the ball on 1st and 2nd down, incomplete, and then runs it up the middle on 3rd down for no gain. Not real sure what they're doing there. Just seem happy to settle for a field goal, it looked like. Nick Koenig, thank you for the super chat. Says, my God, I love college football. It's the greatest sport man has ever invented. I absolutely love it. You got Miami or Notre Dame tomorrow? Oh boy, I'm going to take Notre Dame. I need to see Miami's defense. I think Miami's defense is going to be a lot better than last year. Particularly like what they've done in the secondary. So I want to buy in on Miami's defense, but boy, they were so bad last year. I have to see it before I can buy in to the point where I could pick them to beat a top 10 team like Notre Dame. So I'm taking Notre Dame to win a close one. But kind of like this game and the Texas-Ohio State game, I mean, either team could win that game. Lou, LSU pissing me off already. Well, outside of that fumble, I mean, that's the difference in the game right now. They're playing really good defense. LSU, Clemson can't even get a 1st down. I mean, LSU has looked like the better team so far outside of that fumble. My UCF Knights looking bad. I haven't been keeping up with that one. Let's see what they're in. Florida's up 31-0, so be ready to hear about that all week. Be ready to hear about that all week for sure. Why is Texas A&M ranked? Well, it depends on which poll you're asking about. If you're asking about why they're ranked in the AP poll, it's because the 100 AP writers that cast votes for the top 25, enough of them casted a vote for Texas A&M that landed them in the top 25. If you're asking about the coaches poll, same thing, except instead of sports writers, it was head coaches or coaching departments casted enough votes for Texas A&M to land them in the top 25. Plus, they were one win away last year from the SEC championship game and went 8-4 in the regular season and returned almost everybody. Iowa with 21 passing yards total against Albany. That's the most Iowa stat line I've ever heard. I believe that. I don't even have to look that up. I just automatically believe that. Marlon says, "Is that a real stat?" I wouldn't believe that about almost any other team, but I believe that about Iowa. I mean, I have blind faith in Iowa's ability to not throw the ball. Virginia now up 35-0, so I'm feeling good about my Virginia minus 13 bet. Who you got, Lou? Clemson. Yeah, I took Clemson to win this one. Yeah, I mean, look, when you have two good teams playing early in the season like this, they tend to be very conservative. Look at the Texas-Ohio State game today. You see how conservative the play calling was in that game? Now, that ended up lasting the whole game. This is not unusual here when you've got two. Look, both of these rosters are loaded with NFL. Whatever you think about Clemson or LSU and what their record will be this year and all that, both of these teams are absolutely loaded with NFL players on both sides of the ball. Defense, particularly. So I'm not surprised here that it's a little slow going in the beginning at all. Domino's Pizza looks like ass even in their commercials, says Jolish. I don't really like any of the big box pizza places. I would prefer to eat at some off the wall, local sort of floppy pizza place. But I mean, when you want to order pizza, you order pizza. I mean, it's not like I would say no to a piece of Domino's pepperoni pizza, but I mean, Domino's, Pizza Hut, Papa John's. I mean, that's pretty much the three worst pizza places. Like anywhere else you go, pretty much is going to have better pizza than any of those three delivery type places. A&M is going to need the 12th pronoun tonight. What? Are they losing? 14-10. UTSA is a decent group of five team, but Texas A&M ought to be handling them better than that. Hello, Lou. Where are them Bama fans tonight? There's been some in here. Not all of them running high. There's been a few in here. Yeah, there's been a few in here. I gave them hell at the beginning of the stream, but there's been a few in here. Now, they might not want to watch the Your Season Is Over video tomorrow. LSU on the ground dropped for a loss on the play. Both offenses struggling here. Clemson does have the 3-0 lead thanks to the fumble by LSU. Clemson got the ball in the red zone, didn't get a first down out of it, but kicked a field goal, and they're up 3-0. So no offense at all so far in this game. Food Lion Deli Section Pizza is the best. I don't know about that. I'm not saying you're wrong, but in general, yes. Like the grocery store deli pizzas that come in just like the generic brown box with nothing on them, and the pizza's like wrapped in cellophane or whatever. A lot of those are better than any delivery pizza. What's the one we ate the other day?
Armando's?
No. I'm talking about the one you buy from the store.
Oh, that was just Kroger.
Yeah, we did that. We had a Kroger one the other day from the deli. Yeah, those are better than any delivery place you'll get. But I like the go deep, incomplete. They went deep, but it's incomplete. I like is it New York style? The ones that the big floppy. Yeah. That's I like New York style pizza. The oversized, thin crust, floppy, greasy. I like pizza served on a paper plate, and like it's so greasy when you pick the piece of pizza up, the white paper plate is stained orange. Like that's the best pizza to me. Jolie says, forgot to ask this earlier, but did y'all see the baddie beside Dion all night last night? I was like, who is this chick on the field? I didn't even notice that, and I watched the whole game. I didn't notice that. Oddball says, what was your thoughts on Texas versus Ohio? Does Ohio return to number one? Oh, Ohio State will definitely. I would think so. Yeah, that's an impressive win. So I think Ohio State will probably be number one in most everybody's ranking. LSU on the ground, has some room, gets to the corner, first down corn dogs. One of the better offensive plays we've seen today from either team. I'm a Penn State fan. Yeah, Ohio State goes to 1. Yeah. I mean, I'm still extremely high on Penn State, but you have to reward Ohio State for playing Texas as opposed to Penn State, who's playing an absolute can of corn in week 1. Penn State's not playing a single non-con Power 4 opponent. Ohio State is. They beat them. You got to reward them for that. Another big run by LSU, right up the gut, but there's flags down. Is this going to be holding? Wow, that's a big run by Durham for LSU, but flags came down almost immediately. Brian Kelly said, you got to be fucking kidding me. I don't think they're kidding, bud. False start on the corn dog. You could read Brian Kelly's lips. He said, you got to be fucking kidding me. Referees generally don't kid around about penalties, my guy. That's going to negate what would have been a big run down into the red zone. That's because Penn State is always great, but not elite. Moneyline Mateer. Lou, did you see Ryan Day with the pierced nips in the pregame interviews? A couple of people have mentioned that. I'm going to have to look that picture up and find it. I didn't see it, no. But several people have mentioned it, so I'm going to have to look that up and find it. French bread pizza is still one of my favorites. Oh, yeah, me too. As far as frozen pizzas go, who is it that makes the, is it Stouffer's or Stouffer's makes that frozen French bread pizza, comes in a 2-pack or a 4-pack or whatever. Yeah, I do like that. Brian Kelly is bitch made. All right, taking a break. Thank you, Jolish. Brian Kelly has a lot of enemies, I will say that. I read a lot of comments, and Brian Kelly doesn't have a lot of fans outside of the LSU fan base. Like Brian Kelly, there's a lot of people that don't like Brian Kelly. Carolina Jackpot, short and sweet to the point, says Clemson is a pile of shit. Damn, man. Clemson is a pile of shit. Man. So you're saying you really like Clemson, Jackpot? 1st and 15 for the Corn Dogs. They're on their own 43-yard line. Taters up 3-0 early in this one. LSU turned the ball over. Clemson returned it into the red zone. Couldn't get a first down, but kicked a field goal. LSU on the Clemson's getting gashed on the ground. You know what this is? The first half here, what Clemson is doing, or what LSU's doing to Clemson on the ground, reminds me of what Georgia did to Clemson on the ground in the second half of the Week 1 game last year. They just ran the ball down their throat. Wasn't nothing Clemson could do. South Carolina did the same thing to them at the end of last year. Lenore Sellers mainly running circles around the Taters defense last year when South Carolina beat them. Clemson has struggled against the run several times over the last year or so. They don't seem to have fixed it, at least not yet. 2nd and 9 now for LSU. They're going to hand it off again. Good defense that time. Barely gets back to the line of scrimmage. It's going to be 3rd and 9 now for the Corn Dogs. Penn State man says Jeremiah Smith looked like a bum today. He had a lot of drops today. Now, that was concerning. But, you know, Texas shut him down in the playoffs, too, when they played. I think Jeremiah Smith in the playoff game against Texas only had like 1 catch for 4 yards. Now, it has a lot to do with the defense that Texas was playing in the playoff game and today. Sort of a shell defense and forcing everything underneath. But, yeah, he had a lot of drops, particularly in the first half. A lot of drops. Several drops. 3rd and 9. Nussmeier throws, nearly intercepted. Falls incomplete. It's going to be 4th and 9. The Corn Dogs will be kicking it away. Texas Dog 32 says, will Ryan P. get even more playing time next weekend, Lou? If Georgia's winning by 30 in the second half, then yeah. And they probably will be because aren't they? Doesn't Georgia play Austin P? So yeah, he'll probably play most of the second half again. Would be my guess. New shirt, deep but incomplete. Scattered, covered, and chunked. Good to see you. I feel like I haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you in here. Who's worse, Clemson or Alabama? Oh, Bama. Yeah, Bama. Bama's down bad. I mean, when you can't beat Florida State, you're scraping the bottom of the barrel. You know what I'm saying? Scraping the bottom of the barrel. Virginia's fixing to score a 100-yard touchdown or close to it. They're going to be up 42-7 in the third quarter. No Name Guy says, you think Gus a better OC at FSU that just didn't do well as head coach at UCF because they never build defense? I think he has way better players at Florida State than he ever had at Central Florida. I think that's probably got more to do with it than anything else. Gus Malzahn's always been a pretty good offensive mind. But I think it mainly has to do with the talent level he's got at Florida State versus what he had at UCF, to be honest. Why do you call them the Corn Dogs? I didn't make that up. That's been a nickname for LSU going back a long time. I think it was Katy Perry or something on College Game Day. College Game Day was broadcasting from LSU one year, and Katy Perry, I guess, was the guest picker, and she said that Baton Rouge smelled like corn dogs. And so everybody started calling LSU the Corn Dogs, but I didn't make that up. I will end it if we lose to Tennessee and Auburn. Well, get the rope ready. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, Alabama. I mean, I hate to say that, but if you're serious, then you need to go ahead and make final arrangements. You need to get all your affairs in order. I mean, I'm not here to sugarcoat things, buddy. If you really feel that way, I mean, that's what's happening, dude. Y'all, Bama's fucking terrible. I mean, if they couldn't fix it in 8 months leading up to this game, I don't know what makes you think they can fix it in 4 weeks leading up to whatever other game. People have been, look, you got a lot of Alabama fans that were 5 years old the last time Alabama was no good. They don't remember it. But, I mean, we've been telling y'all all along that Alabama's not going to be the king of the hill in the world of college football forever. That eventually Alabama's going to be bad. Why did we know that? Well, because we've been watching college football a long time, and we know that eventually every team is bad. And Alabama's staring down that barrel right now. Right now. They are absolutely horrible, dude. They were terrible today. Now, can they get better? Could they get better? Yeah, they could get better. I mean, a piano could fall on my head too. I doubt it is, but I guess it's possible. Again, I don't make up these nicknames. Clemson has been called the Taters for a long time. The Clemson campus is built on an old potato farm or something, isn't it? Is where that name comes from. I mean, a lot of these teams have nicknames that I didn't make any of them up. They've been around for a long time, but is Jackpot still in here? Even though I think it's the Clemson Taters because the Clemson campus sits on an old potato farm. Well, that too. I mean, everything down here is an old slave ranch. I mean, it's unfortunate, but I mean, just about everything down here used to have slaves on it. Why is Tennessee called bitches? Come on. The only one I might have made up was Voltards, but a lot of people won't say Voltards because they think if they say Tards, something's gonna happen to them, like somebody's gonna knock on their door and give them a ticket or something. So a lot of people don't want to say Voltards, but I think that's the only one I ever made up. Sucknut, I might have made up Sucknut too. Yeah, that's true. 2nd and 3 for the Taters now, right at midfield. Klubnik at a shotgun, 3 wide to the bottom. And they're going to whistle this play dead. What happened here? Movement, false start. How do you do that at home? Come on, man. False start at home? It's hard enough to gain a yard. You get 2nd and 3, and now you commit a false start. Now you're looking at 2nd and whatever, the 2nd and 8. The neckbeards, that was Kentucky for a while. Kentucky is the neckbeards. Tennessee's the Voltards. Auburn's the Barners. What do you think the Voltard from the casino is doing right now? I have no idea. No clue. 2nd and 8 for the Taters, backed up to their own 45 now. Play action. Klubnik rolls right. Throws. Complete. First down. Cuts upfield. Is that Wesco? Scoots out of bounds after picking up a first down. 1st and 10, Clemson. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Dummy says, grow up. Not sure who he's talking to. I know he's not talking to me. Bama fans shouldn't be talking Voltards or any team after today. Auburn is the barn. Yeah, I call them the Barners. Yep. 1st and 10, Clemson now on the LSU 47. A handoff goes absolutely nowhere. In fact, they might have lost 2 yards. 2nd and about 12 coming up now for the Tater man. Is Trevor Lawrence playing? Yep, next weekend. He sure is, buddy. Next weekend. AC Burson, what's up, buddy? Clemson having a hard time running the ball. Of course, they don't have any running backs. Tried to tell them that. They had to convert a wide receiver to running back. I think that's him right there, that number 8. Randall. Randall is a wide receiver that they moved to running back because they don't have any running backs. Not any that are any good, anyway. Yeah, that's him, that number 8. He's a wide receiver pretending to be a running back. Lawn Tractor Life says, 90 proof for Luther on your season is over tomorrow. You have to tune in to find out. I don't know. I never really know what I'm going to do on those things, so you have to tune in tomorrow and find out. What are your nicknames for Texas A&M and Texas? I call Texas the Shorthorns. I don't know if I have a nickname for Texas A&M. I mean, they're easy to make fun of because they think they're a service academy, and they're not. They're just a glorified Boy Scout troop. A low-rent ROTC with G.I. Joe uniforms that are 2 sizes too small, and grown people with crew cuts for no fucking reason, twirling wooden guns around at yell practice. I mean, this shit just makes no sense at all, but I don't know if they necessarily have a nickname. The Toy Soldiers, that's a good one. The Toy Soldiers is a good one. 2nd and 12 for Clemson, right at midfield. Klubnik, play action pass, throws behind the line of scrimmage, incomplete. 3rd and 12 coming up now. Georgia handled their business against Marshall, unlike some SEC teams. Yeah, Georgia looked good for the most part. I still think the run blocking is not where it needs to be. There was a lot of running plays where where Marshall won. Georgia had a hard time moving. There was a lot of run plays where Georgia had a hard time moving Marshall off the line of scrimmage. I wanted to see more from the run blocking than I saw, but it's really nitpicking. Other than that, I mean, they played pretty good today. I mean, Marshall's going to be terrible this year. They lost their entire team to the portal when their coach quit. There's going to be a terrible team this year. But Klubnik scrambles on 3rd and 12, picks up about 5 yards, but it's going to be 4th and about 7. And I'll be curious to see what they do here. They're kind of in no man's land. Too far to kick a field goal. Maybe they go for it here. Don't know. No. Looks like they're going to punt it and try to pin the corn dog deep. I thought Georgia played really good on defense today. Zachariah Branch, the clear breakout player of the day. Zachariah Branch is going to be a problem for anybody Georgia plays. That's for certain. I also liked what I saw out of Gunnar Stockton when it came to running the ball. Clemson's attempting a 62-yard field goal. Nope, they're going to fake it and punt it. Down at the 15-yard line. They lined up for a 62-yard field goal. Instead, they just punted it away. Dabo up to his old tricks again. Yeah. Uncle Lou, can you answer my mom, please? Yeah, tell her to call me. She knows the number. LSU going to be backed up around their own 15. Glad football and Uncle Lou are back in full action, says Zach Belinsky. Yeah, what's the best time of the year, ain't it? Football season. All trash talk aside, which is a lot of fun to do, this is the best. This is the greatest sport mankind has ever invented. It's college football. I absolutely love it, and I love hanging out with you guys and watching these games too. Even though y'all troll me and piss me off all the time and say dumb shit constantly, for seemingly no reason at all, I still love hanging out and watching these games with you guys. What did Tulane leave our conference? No, wait a minute. Why? Hold on. Let me try. I'm gonna try to read this. Why? That did Tulane leave our conference? And do you think they'd be a good fit to come back and replicate Bama? I'm going to say no on whatever it is you're asking me. Trying to read that gave AIDS to my autism. I'm going to need some Tylenol. I think you're asking, should Tulane come back to the SEC and take Bama's place? And the obvious answer to that is no. I'm enjoying laughing at Alabama, but should they be kicked out of the SEC and replaced with Tulane? I'm going to have to say no on that. Brian Gentry says, stop mistreating Uncle Lou. Now, that's a 5-star comment there. That's a 5-star comment. There's really no reason for anybody to be mistreating me. And if I find out that somebody is, there's going to be consequences and repercussions. So let's keep that in mind if we can. And I'm pretty sure that we can. A convert says it's great to have college football back, and LouTube is a big part of it. Thanks, Lou, and go Dogs. It's always great to have college football back, no question about it. I love the summertime like everybody else does, but man, there's nothing like fall weather and college football. I'll take that over anything else. Don't enroll Lou, everyone. Yeah, whatever you do, don't enroll Lou. That sounds like a horrible idea. Please don't enroll Lou. ACC is dominating the SEC this year. Are they? I don't know. Tennessee beat Syracuse. Florida State beat Bama. Has there been any other games? That's 1-1. Has there been any other games? I was going to say yes, but okay, we'll go with no. Now we see why Quinn Ewers started. Yeah, a lot of people are piling on Arch Manning, but you got to remember, a lot of people have been waiting 3 years to pile on Arch Manning. I'm not convinced he's a terrible quarterback. Ohio State's probably got a top 5 defense. That's a tough start for Arch Manning on the road. Now, if he comes out and plays like that again the next 2 or 3 weeks, then yeah, he's a bust and he's not any good. But I'm not gonna throw Arch Manning away because he struggled on the road at Ohio State. Is Julian Sayin any good? He didn't do any better than Arch Manning did. So I guess Julian Sayin's not any good either. So Texas and Ohio State, even though they're ranked in the top 5, both have garbage can quarterbacks. That's what we're. That's the conclusion we're going to draw. I also want you to keep in mind that you're an Auburn fan, and you played Baylor yesterday and had 100 yards passing in an entire game in 2025. Now, do I need to look up how many yards passing Arch Manning had against Ohio State and compare that to how many passing yards Jackson Arnold had against Baylor? Do I need to look that up and see? Is that what we need to do? In other words, if Jackson Arnold had a worse stat line than Arch Manning, and you say Arch Manning's no good because that stat line came against Ohio State, what does that say about your quarterback, Jackson Arnold, who had a worse stat line against something called Baylor? Never mind the fact that you also gave up 600 yards of offense to something called Baylor. But yeah, you've been dumb for a while. That guy, Auburn fan since 2010 or whatever his name is, he's been pretty mentally retarded for a while. I think he lives in a group home, which is why he's always got Wi-Fi. Still 3-0 Clemson up. Second quarter just underway here. LSU with the ball on their own 40. 1st and 10. Nussmeier in a shotgun. I guess, Nussmeier and Cade Klubnik must be terrible too, because they haven't done anything in this game. It can't be that the defenses are good. It's got to be that the quarterbacks are terrible. LSU's going to keep it on the ground. If I was LSU, I'd keep running the fucking ball. They're having some success on the ground. Johnson with the carry that time picks up about 8 yards. 2nd and short coming up now for the Corn Dog. They're still down 3-0. 14 minutes to go in the second quarter of this one. Battle of the Death Valleys here. Lou Woa, Florida up 38-0. Wow, they are elite. All right, Clemson will beat LSU and Virginia Tech will beat SC Junior and Vandy. I don't think Virginia Tech's beating South Carolina. They might beat Vandy. Of course, they lost to Vandy last year, so they're liable to lose to them again, aren't they? And they're definitely not beating South Carolina tomorrow, so looks like you're going to be wrong again. Lou, Lothar of the Hill People Jr. still not here. At least he was spared from watching the pile of poop known as the Alabama Crimson Tide. Go Dogs. Yeah, you're expecting, aren't you? Or your significant other is, that's right. The coach got ice cream trucks pulling up to practice and letting them carry stuffed animals around before the games. Bama too soft now. Please tell me that's not true. Is there video out there of the ice cream man showing up at the Alabama practice? Please tell me that's just some trash talking or a troll attempt. FSU #1 on the We Are Back list. They're not on the We're Back list at all because they just won the ACC 2 years ago. You have to have not won anything for 10 years to even qualify for the We're Back list. Most surprising loss, Bama or Texas? Well, Bama, obviously. Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty obvious answer there. Bama was a 14-point favorite and lost. Texas was a 2-point underdog and lost. Clemson with a big sack there on Nussmeier. Tater fans going nuts. Tater fans going absolutely bananas here. Nussmeier scrambled, couldn't get away. Sacked by a white guy. That's humiliating. Boy, that's humiliating. Garrett Nussmeier just got sacked by a white guy. He's down bad. 3rd and 21 now for the Corn Dog. They might put this shit in give-up mode. Yep, they're going to throw it behind the line of scrimmage because why not? Managed somehow to get up to the 45, but they're going to be about 12 yards short of the first down. They're at the Clemson 35, though. Can they kick a field goal from here? We're about to find out. So does that mean Pitt is back? What? No. What? Dude, no. Pitt is dog shit, my man. Paul Feinbaum is a clown. Yeah, that's a pretty that's a pretty popular opinion there. Yeah, I don't think you're going to get too many people to argue with you on that one. Here comes a field goal attempt by LSU. It's going to be a long one, 53-yarder from the left hash. Snap, hold, kick. Looks good if it's long enough. And it is. And we're all tied up at 3. With 10:53 to go in the second quarter. LSU 3, Clemson 3. There's not a team in college football that would have came into Doak and won today. I disagree with that wholeheartedly, my guy. That sounds like an Alabama fan making an excuse because Alabama showed up in Doak Campbell, and instead of playing football, they just took a paper plate, slid it out onto the 50-yard line, dropped their drawers, and took a giant runny shit in it. But that doesn't mean that every other team would have done that. It just means that Alabama's not that good. Bama being Bama, can't wait to see them in Athens, says Z Peyton Z. I'm in no hurry to see Bama ever. Do I think Georgia looks better than Bama right now? Yeah. But there's been a lot of... Georgia was better than Bama last year and still lost to them. So, I don't know. Bama seems to have Georgia's number. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Alabama comes into Athens and wins. Arch looked like he was lost today. Yeah, so did Julian Saying, so does Cade Klubnik, and so does Garrett Nussmeier. So instead of those being four of the best quarterbacks in football, like everybody thought, turns out all four of those quarterbacks aren't any good because they're struggling against elite defenses. The A&M Weekend Warriors says that's too much of a compliment. They're not. Weekend Warriors is sort of denotes that maybe they're in the National Guard. They're not. They're ROTC. They're nothing. They're not in the military at all. Period. How do you think Urkel will do tomorrow? I think he's going to have a big game. I think Lenore Sellers, you're talking about, quarterback for South Carolina, I think he's going to have a big game tomorrow. Bama might be the worst looking SEC team to play this week. Oh, man. I don't know. Really? Bama and Texas are soft? Bama looked soft. I don't think Texas looks soft, giving up 14 points to one of the best offenses on the planet. Or do you just think Ohio State has a shitty offense, Buckeye and Kansas, man? Maybe you just think Ohio State has a shitty offense. Lou Arnold ran for 140 and 2 touchdowns. It's not that he couldn't throw it. The question is, why would they throw? Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Okay. So he couldn't throw it last year. He couldn't throw it week 1 against Baylor. But it's not that he can't throw it. Okay. All right. Okay. So when they kept calling all those pass plays and Auburn's offensive line couldn't block Baylor, that was all just part of the plan, was for Jackson Arnold to scramble around like a chicken with his head cut off? Wow. Okay. That's a weird plan. Amazing that it worked, especially considering you gave up 600 yards of offense to something called Baylor. But, yeah. I'm sure you're right, and Jackson Arnold's an amazing quarterback. It's weird to me that people can watch Jackson Arnold throw for 100 yards against Baylor and try to convince me that he's amazing after we watched him for an entire season be complete dog shit. But people think Arch Manning and Julian Saying aren't any good at all because they didn't have 300 yards passing against Ohio State and Texas, respectively. That's fucking strange. That is really, that's real weird to me. Kickoff goes out of the end zone for a touchback, all tied at 3 in the Death Valley Bowl, LSU versus Clemson. What former SEC team would you like to see return? None of them. Nobody likes conference realignment and changing conferences and expansion and all that, myself included. Everybody needs to just stay where they're at. $10:53 to go in the first half, all tied up at 3. 1st and 10 for the Taters after LSU tied it up with a long field goal. 3-3 your score. Not a whole lot of offense yet in this one. And according to my comment section, that means Cade Klubnik and Garrett Nussmeier are terrible. Cade Klubnik on a quarterback run slides around the 30, gain of about 5. Coming up on 10.5 minutes to go now in the second quarter. What do you think about Aguilar today? Woo, I thought he played good. Tennessee's defense is what surprised me today. It wasn't very good. Hey, Mom, what you doing? What you doing down there? You want to come check on me? Huh? You want to come check on me? Then you want to come say hi to the people again? You want to say hi to people? There you are right there. You want to say hi to them again? See what they're doing? What are they doing? They're trying to troll me. Tell them to stop trolling me. Tell them to stop trolling me immediately. Uh-oh. Was that a big play downfield for the Taters? I believe it was. Yep. There we go. First big play of the game there, up past midfield. Good throw and catch there. Scratch everything we said earlier. Turns out Cade Klubnik is a good quarterback, at least for now. So the comment section turns on him again. 9.5 minutes to go in the first half. On the ground this time for the Taters. Not much room. Spins forward for about 3 yards. 2nd and 7 coming up now. Walk It Off Sports says, thanks, Lou, for the bonus on Sleeper. Been a shit betting day. I did a 4-pick sleeper deal. I hit the first one. Yeah, I had Zachariah Branch over receiving yards. That hit. I've got Garrett Nussmeier under 280 passing yards. That's looking good. But I've got Cade Klubnik over 1.5 passing touchdowns. So I'm going to have Cade Klubnik throw a couple of TDs here in this one. Play action. Klubnik running for his life. Putting the juke moves on people. Steps out of bounds after picking up a first down, gain of about 8. I was watching Nussmeier and Do Your Dog and Cat Get Along. Oh yeah, they get along. I mean, they pretty much avoid each other, but they don't fight or anything. Sorry about my gump typing earlier. That's all right, Jack. I do my best to decipher these hieroglyphics that people type in my comments section. Penn State man says, Dave Portnoy on Big Noon was a joke. He just talked about Michigan the whole time, nothing about the actual game. I didn't watch it. I watched Game Day. Lou, you know everyone overreacts in week 1. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. That is true. Thank y'all for the super chats. I appreciate that. New Mexico making things interesting and being only down by 10 in Michigan territory. Yeah, 17-7, Michigan up over New Mexico. 45-7, Virginia's blowing out Coastal Carolina. So I'm going to hit that bet. Dang, Braves lost in the 10th. What's Lou's cat's name? Monkey. Cat's name is Monkey. 2nd and 10 for Clemson. They're on the LSU 34. Klubnik running for his life again. Gets loose, though, and takes off. Gain of about 8. Make it 7. But it's going to make it 3rd down and 3 now. The Braves are donkey shit. Lou, will your season is over be on Tuesday this week? There'll be one tomorrow and then a really short one on Tuesday. Wow, on 3rd and 3, Clemson can't gain an inch. And it's going to be 4th and 3 now. Tennessee couldn't get off the field. Their 3rd and 4th down defense was shit. They gave a lot of yards, a lot of points to Syracuse. Mewtwo, thank you for the super chat, buddy. He says, glad my Buckeyes won. I don't think either team could have asked more of the defense. The QB with less mistakes normally wins. You don't have 300 yards passing. Look at J.J. McCarthy, just less mistakes. Good game. Yeah, it was a good game. A little boring if you like scoring, but I mean, it was a close, hard-fought game. Here's the thing with Texas. I mentioned this earlier. I'll probably mention it every time. Big play, Clemson. Get into the end zone. Damn it, I need a passing touchdown. On 4th, there's a flag down anyway. Here's the thing with the Texas game. Bottom line, if you're Texas on the road, top 5 opponent, you can't get inside the 10-yard line twice and come away with no points. You're just not going to win, nor do you deserve to. Now, I thought it was valiant or whatever that Texas sort of mounted a comeback at the end and kept themselves in it and all that kind of thing, and that made it fun to watch at the end. But you don't deserve to win a game as a 2-point underdog on the road against a top 5 team if you get inside the 10-yard line twice and come away with no points. One of the times, they were on the 6-inch line. 6-inch line, inside the 1. Come away with no points. They did that twice. You don't deserve to win that game. As hard as it was to move the ball in that game for both teams, forget scoring. These teams were struggling to get a first down. You get down inside the 10 twice and come away with 0 points, that can't happen. You don't deserve to win if that happens. And look, credit to Ohio State's defense for that, right? It's not all on, Texas is just dog shit. I mean, I'm credit to Ohio State defense, but you don't deserve to win when that happens. You just don't deserve to win the game. It's like Georgia Tech game last night at Colorado, right? They go on the road to Colorado. Georgia Tech, what do? They turn the ball over on their first 3 possessions of the game. With 7 minutes to go in the first quarter, Georgia Tech had turned the ball over 3 times already. What's the difference? Well, Georgia Tech's the favorite, not the underdog. Colorado is the underdog. What do you have to do when you force turnovers? When you're an underdog and you're trying to win, what do you have to do when you force turnovers? You got to capitalize. You got to score. Colorado forced 3 turnovers in the first quarter of that game yesterday, and we're only up 7-0. You don't deserve to win, and they didn't win. Very happy with Bryce so far. Need more separation from receivers and better run blocking. Also, 2 special teams fumbles is annoying. I do have the game on, but I'm not watching every play. For example, I didn't know about the fumbles. The Michigan game there. Get in the end zone! Fuck! I need a Cade Klubnik touchdown pass. He caught it down to the 1, though. Download the Sleeper app. You can be an idiot like me begging for passing touchdowns. I've got Cade Klubnik over 1.5 passing touchdowns on the Sleeper app. Make sure you download it. They've been kind enough to sponsor the live streams, the game streams this year. America's #1 daily sports fantasy app. 100% match on your first deposit up to $100 too. So get yourself a free $100 courtesy of Uncle Lou. Use the promo code Lou. Clemson into the end zone. Touchdown Taters. A rushing touchdown though. But anyway, on the Sleepers app, I took Cade Klubnik over 1.5 passing touchdowns. So I would have loved a passing touchdown there, and instead they got tackled at the 1 yard line. So it is what it is. But they run it in there from the 1 yard line, and Clemson is going to take a 9-3 lead. The extra point will make it 10. Now what were we doing? Rylan says, Woo, I've been watching since middle school and 2nd year of college now. Thanks for all you do. Go Vols. Tar Nation forever, 1998. Well, you've been watching since the beginning then, man. Wow, from middle school to college. Yeah, I'm glad you stuck around, man. I know this channel ain't for everybody, but I'm happy to have you here. Jolish, I'm not sure what happened here. Thank you for the $20. I don't know what you tried to do or what happened there, but this is what your super chat looks like right here. I don't know what that is or what you did there, but I can't read it. But thank you though. I'm not sure what happened there with all those. I don't know what that was. If you tried to do an emoji or something, I don't know what happened there. How about them dogs, Woo? 45-7, so of course they didn't cover, but Georgia never covers those big spreads. They were 38.5 point favorites and they won by 38, so they didn't cover the spread. But as far as how they looked, Zachariah Branch is going to be a problem for people. He looked amazing. I love that they're letting Gunnar Stockton run the ball. That was missing badly in the game against Notre Dame, so I'm happy to see that. The only thing I really didn't see what I hoped I would see is run blocking from the offensive line. Marshall won too many of those battles along the lines of scrimmage on obvious running plays. And if you can't push Marshall around when you need to, I don't know. Again, I'm nitpicking. They won 45-7. The defense was amazing. Bryce Underwood with a dart on a slant, good for about 40 across midfield. Defense was great. Zachariah Branch, great. Gunnar Stockton played good. All the backups were in halfway through the third quarter. Ryan Puglisi was in. Second string offensive line was in, a whole deal. But as far as the starters go, played great on defense for the most part. Just the run blocking to me just isn't where it needs to be. Okay, but who did they play? Yeah, well, they played Marshall. Yeah, so I mean, again, I'm not suggesting they're going 100-0 and winning the World Series because they beat Marshall, but you play a terrible team like that, that's what you're supposed to do. I mean, they scored on their first 3 possessions, didn't they? Up 21-0. Georgia ends up winning 45-7. I mean, I'll take it. A couple of injuries along the offensive line that I hope end up being minor. I haven't heard any updates on them. Juan Gaston starting right guard, and one of the tackles went down too. I don't know, was it Ernest Green? I think left the game too. So anyway, we'll see what comes of that. Look, it's hard to tell a lot. Somebody says what teams impressed me the most so far. It's hard to tell a lot from one game. Take the Alabama-Florida State game, and I know we've been doing a lot of trolling. Is Florida State really good? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. Is Alabama really bad? I don't know. I think it's pretty clear Alabama's not as good as a lot of people said they would be, myself included. I had Alabama 11-1. They don't look like an 11-1 team to me. But is Florida State amazing? And Bama just came up short? Like, it's hard to tell after one game. The most impressive team I've seen play, and they've played 2 games. And I'm not saying this is the best team in the country, and this team ain't winning no natty. But the best team I've seen play, the most impressive team I've seen is Kansas. 2 weeks in a row. And I don't think Kansas, they might not even win the Big 12. I mean, I'm not saying they're the best team. I don't even have them in my top 25. But you're talking week 1. We still got games left to play in week 1. Who am I most impressed with? Kansas. Kansas has been lights out 2 weeks in a row. So now they've played 2 fucking garbage cans, you know. So I'm not drawing any conclusion, oh, Kansas looked great, therefore they're going to, they're winning it all. No. But they've been impressive twice. Nobody else has done that. Nobody else has done that. Hey, there's a Kansas fan. Hey, look, I'm high on Kansas. When I redo my rankings, I'll have Kansas ranked. I'll tell you that. They're one of the best 25 teams I've seen play. No question. Here's the other thing. How far do you drop Texas? Do you drop Texas out of the top 10? What do you do with Texas right now? How far do you drop them? You got to drop them. How far, though? I had them at 2. Penn State, Texas, Ohio State, Clemson, Notre Dame, Alabama, Oregon, Georgia, Miami, LSU, blah, 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 blah. What do you do with Texas? Well, first thing you do, you take Ohio State, you put them here. You probably put Penn State here. You know what I mean? So you move shit around like that. But how far do you drop Texas? 7 to 9. They go to 5. Drop them 1 or 2 spots. Don't move them below 6. I mean, a lot of it's going to depend on the Notre Dame-Miami game, right? What do you do if Miami beats Notre Dame? If Miami beats Notre Dame, you got to move them ahead of Texas. You got to move Georgia, Oregon ahead of Texas. The winner of this game gets moved ahead of Texas. I mean, so Penn State, Ohio State, the winner of this game, the winner of Notre Dame, Miami, Oregon, Georgia, all of those teams are going to be ahead of Texas at least. All of those teams are going to be ahead of Texas at least. So like the highest Texas could be would be 6 or 7, I would think. You can't keep Texas ahead of Penn State. You can't keep them ahead of the winner of LSU Clemson. You can't keep them ahead of the winner of Notre Dame Miami. I don't think you can keep them ahead of Georgia. Anybody think Texas should be ranked ahead of Georgia? Who should be ranked higher? Georgia's played, Texas has played. Who should be ranked higher, Georgia or Texas? I'm kind of surprised some people are saying Texas. I don't think Texas will be ranked ahead of Georgia when the new rankings come out. I don't think Texas will be ranked ahead of Georgia. Think you're going to rank FSU? Probably. I got to wait till all the games are played and see who I had ranked like 15 through 25 and all that. But Florida State will probably be ranked. As far as teams like that I didn't have ranked, that I'll probably have to rank now after week 1, Florida State, Kansas. Who else has looked good maybe that I had unranked? Those 2 for sure will have to be ranked. Auburn? Maybe Auburn. Maybe Auburn. Have you ever considered ranking your helmets in order they appear in the top 25? Have you ever considered listening to me when I talk about the helmets? This is the top 15. The white shelf is the top 15. So I have considered that, and I did it. Update on Ryan Williams is he has a concussion. That's what it looked like. Hopefully that's his first concussion. Hopefully it's a minor concussion, and hopefully he can come back next week. Kansas looks more impressive than Georgia so far? Question mark. Well, yeah. I would probably, but they're not going to be ranked ahead of Georgia. I mean, I think everybody understands that and knows why that is. Nobody ain't never played nobody. On this channel, that's 100% accurate. It doesn't matter who anybody, somebody could be 100-0 and somebody'd go, well, they'd probably lose if they played the 85 Bears. They ain't played nobody. Hey, Woo, Texas 8-4 is a service academy. No, they're not. Thank you, Banjo, but no, they're not a service academy. Any Georgia fans in here that have an update on Juan Gaston and Ernest Green, the two offensive linemen that left the game? It looked like minor injuries, and when something like that happens, I'm always hoping, okay, maybe they just took them out of the game because we're playing Marshall and, you know, we don't need them. And hoping it's not another serious, hoping it's nothing serious. Top 5, Ohio State, winner of LSU, Clemson, winner of Notre Dame, Miami, Penn State, 4, Georgia 5, then 6 is Texas, 7, Oregon. That would make some sense. Yeah, that would make some sense. Here's the thing: if you say, well, Texas lost, I'm moving them to 15 or whatever. Well, then, I mean, you could say goodbye to these big matchups in the early in the year if that kind of thing starts happening. Paul Garner, what's up, buddy? Ryan Williams is ass. I don't know what to tell you, buddy. He's an NFL player right now. It's possible you just hate Alabama, and so you don't have the ability to say that any of their players are good. But Ryan Williams is an NFL player. No, he's 18. But he does paint his fingernails. I mean, there is that. And I know I'm an old fucking whatever goober, but I think painting your fingernails is weird as fuck. But there's a lot of shit that 18-year-olds do now that I think is weird as fuck. But I just think that's weird. I think it's really weird. Painting your nails is gay. I don't. 40 years ago, yeah, if I saw a guy with painted nails, I would think that. I don't necessarily think that's true now. There's also the issue of, I mean, rock stars have been painting their nails since the 80s. Not too many of them were gay. But I don't know if Ryan Williams is gay or not. That's not why I don't. I mean, first of all, I don't care whether he's gay. He's 18. I don't care who he sleeps with as long as what two consenting adults do, I couldn't care less. Gay, straight, lesbian, bi, I don't give a fuck. I just think it's fucking weird for a guy to paint his nails. I think it's weird when a rock star paints their nails. While they're banging groupies in the hotel room, they're not gay. It's just fucking weird. Whoa, what a catch by the corn dog. Did y'all see that? Bobbled along the sideline, but managed to bring it in. LSU with a good-looking drive here late in the second quarter. Trying to score and tie things up on the road at Clemson. Clemson's got a man down, by the way. Anybody see Boo Carter today for Tennessee? I saw, I know I saw, he had a sack I saw. Do Tennessee fans feel weird when Boo Carter does something good? Because I know they hate him. Is Kangaroo Black okay? Yeah, I'm sure he's fine. He was live streaming the game. I tuned in for a little bit and said hey to him in the comment section. It's obviously fun to troll people when they lose. It happens to me when Georgia loses. You know, when you do, it's weird to do this for a living. Like, if Georgia goes 7-5, I'll make more money than I ever made in my life. Like, so it's weird. But when you do this and, you know, and people know who your favorite team is, like, I don't hide it. I mean, I'm a college football fan first, but Georgia's my favorite team. I don't hide it. So, like, when Georgia loses, you know, a million people want to come and troll you. That's what was going on with Kangaroo Black. But I like him, though. I've always got along with him. He's always treated me fair. I've been on his show a couple of times. He's always nice to me. Like, we get along pretty good. I like him. I saw an interview from Williams. Him and Jeremiah talked about playing at Georgia together, but then JJ committed to Ohio State. I think those two would have been stupid to... I don't think any top 5 wide receiver should ever come to Georgia. Just like I don't think any top 5 linebacker should ever go to Southern Cal. Or a top 5 quarterback should go to Army. I mean, if you're a top 5 wide receiver, you need to be looking at Ohio State, Alabama, LSU, Tennessee, teams like that. Lou will be a Sooners fan. Why? Roadrunners taking it to A&M. Is that true? Yeah, it is a good game. Is that game on TV? SMU's about to come on. I ain't got no interest in that, but yeah, Texas A&M games on ESPN. I'm gonna turn that one on to third TV. All right, so we got Michigan on over here, LSU, Clemson. I'm gonna put Texas A&M on over here because they're in a street fight here with UTSA. Now, UTSA is a decent group of 5 team, but this is Texas A&M we're talking about. They shouldn't be, you know, they should be handling UTSA. UTSA is better than Marshall, for example, who Georgia played, or some of these other teams that low-level teams that SEC teams are playing. UTSA is better than that, but Texas A&M should be handling them better than they are. Gumpman72 says, fire Daybor. Congrats, White Tonto. Shula 2.0. Well, I wondered how long it would be till I saw it, but that's the first fire DeBoer post I've seen from an Alabama fan. I have a feeling we're going to see a lot more as the season goes along. They do not look good. You know, sometimes you can lose, like Texas, for example. And I asked, I'm going to put up a poll. And look, I understand the trolling. Believe me, I know y'all absolutely love to troll, and I get it. Believe me, I get it. I'm gonna ask you to do your best not to troll here. Now I'm gonna do 2 polls. I'm gonna leave each one up for 1 minute. Okay? Not all losses are equal. Obviously, it depends who you lose to, and it also depends how you look when you lose. I'm gonna put up 2 different polls. This is the first one. I'm going to leave it up for 1 minute. Then I'm going to do another poll, and I'm going to leave it up for 1 minute. So I'm going to ask you not to troll on this and give me your honest take on it. We're on the honor system here. I obviously don't have any way of knowing whether you're trolling or giving your honest take, but try to give your honest take on that question there. Is Texas going to make the playoffs, yes or no? A minute 17 to go until halftime. I'm about to pee in my pants. I will be taking a 5-minute break at halftime to make a halftime video, which I will then upload to YouTube, and then I'll be back on before the start of the third quarter. For those of you who have been around for a while, you know the routine. I take about a 5-minute break during halftime of these streams. I don't shut the stream down. I just take about a 5-minute break, record a halftime video, upload it to the channel, come back on for the start of the third quarter. So that'll be coming up here in just a minute. 40 seconds to go. LSU pass complete, has some room and blockers. Down to the 12, it's going to be 3rd and 2. All right, so 72% of you think Texas is still going to make the playoffs. As of right now, I would agree. All right, now again, I'm going to ask you not to troll. Here's the second question. Is Bama making the playoffs, yes or no? Whoa, nearly intercepted at the goal line by the Tater Man. Pass broken up, though. 4th and 2 now. Nussmeier wants to go for it. He's doing one of these deals. Brian Kelly's a fucking moron, so he probably will go for it. Brian Kelly is an analytics idiot. He does whatever the chart says instead of thinking for himself. My opinion, you obviously kicked the field goal here. I wouldn't even think about it. I would kick the field goal. But Brian Kelly's a moron. He's probably going to go for it. Texas A&M 21, UTSA 17. 13-11 to go in the third quarter of this one. UTSA has the ball on their own 35. All right. 91% of you say Bama is not making the playoffs. So that's my point. Not all losses are the same. I watched Texas play today. They lost. I still think they're a pretty good team who's more likely to make the playoffs than not. I watched Alabama play today. They lost. They did not look good. And I do not think they're going to make the playoffs. For one, they have a much tougher schedule remaining than Texas does. Much tougher. Bama has to play LSU. They have to play at Georgia. They have to play Tennessee. They have to play Auburn. Texas plays at Georgia and at Florida. That's about it. That's about it. Pass complete. Fumble. Taters recover. Turnover. That's the second LSU turnover. The first one resulted in a field goal for Clemson. This one is going to shut down a scoring opportunity for LSU. So, Brian Kelly's idiocy and refusal to take the points has cost LSU here. And this happened to LSU multiple times last year, by the way. Brian Kelly decision-making in the red zone, going for it in close games where you should be taking the points, cost LSU multiple times last year, and it has cost them here again in week 1. Obviously, it's the player's fault for fumbling. Now, I don't think he would have got the first down anyway. I mean, he was diving when he fumbled the ball, and he would have been short of the first down anyway, most likely. But you should kick the field goal there. This is a defensive game. It's going to be low scoring. Points are obviously at a premium here. And you got to take the field goal. And once again, Brian Kelly and his stupid fucking analytics chart has cost them there. Brian Kelly is a 6-star dummy, says Jolish. Dang. All right, I'm going to leave the stream up. But I am going to take about a 5-minute break. And I'm going to get a halftime video recorded and uploaded to the channel. I'll be back before the start of the third quarter, LSU and Clemson. So if you want to go take a break too, I'll meet you back here at the start of the third quarter. I know this is a theme I've harped on this channel for a couple of years now, but analytics takes what normally would be a pretty smart individual and turns them into a 5-star dummy. And Brian Kelly is the poster child for this. Once again, Brian Kelly has let an analytics chart overtake his mind and turn him into a blubbering blob of stupidity. How you don't take the points there at the end of that half is beyond me. This is obviously going to be a low-scoring defensive struggle here where first downs are at a premium, never mind points. Brian Kelly gets down there on 4th and 2. Instead of kicking the easy field goal, making it a 4-point game, he decides to go for it. LSU fumbles, Clemson takes over, and there you go, halftime. 10-3. Clemson up over LSU at the half. This is a lot like the Texas-Ohio State game earlier. A defensive struggle here early in the season between two high-ranked teams. Conservative play calling on both sides. Yards, first downs, and points at a premium. LSU's got 2 turnovers in the game. The first one, a fumble. Clemson scooped it up. They run it down to the 25-yard line. LSU's defense plays pretty good. Forces a field goal. Clemson goes up 3-0. The second turnover there at the end of the first half to stop a potential scoring drive by LSU. So, story of the game, turnovers, defense, and dumb decisions by Brian Kelly. And what's weird is this analytics shit cost LSU a couple of games last year with Brian Kelly. In fact, the first game of the year last year, LSU against Florida State, was a very similar situation where Brian Kelly refused to kick field goals, and it literally ended up costing him the game. He did it multiple times during the year last year. I don't understand. It's just absolutely ridiculous. If all you're going to do as a head coach is what the analytics chart says every single time, why are they paying you $10 million a year? They can pay me $10 a year to read the fucking analytics chart. Holy shit. You're not losing 28-0. It's 10-3. It's a low-scoring fucking slugfest. Take the points, man. I don't understand it. LSU fans have got to be beside themselves. No way LSU fans are defending that. Anyway, looks like we're going to have another good game. LSU and Clemson, 10-3 your score at halftime. Been watching some of the Michigan game too. Bryce Underwood looks okay, right, against a nothing team, but yeah. But what is going on here? 21-17, Texas A&M up over UTSA with 11.5 minutes to go in the third quarter. Now, to be fair to Texas A&M, although UTSA is a group of 5 team, they're a high-level group of 5 teams. So they're not Marshall, for example, which Georgia beat up on today. They're a much better programming team right now than Marshall is. But Texas A&M should not be struggling like this at home against UTSA. They just shouldn't. A lot of returning starters for Texas A&M, returning quarterback. A lot of people high on Texas A&M this year. And, I mean, they're not losing, and they're probably going to win the game. They're driving right now for another potential score. But, I don't know, 4 points lead in the third quarter over UTSA. I expected more. I expected more out of Texas A&M than what I'm seeing here. Honestly, it feels like a waste of time to come on here and talk about anything other than Alabama. Boy, they look bad. They look really bad. I don't know. I'll talk about it more tomorrow, I guess, on the Your Season is Over video. Let's run through some scores here and just give you some quick thoughts here. Prime time. We're live streaming the Clemson LSU game, so if you want to come to the channel and hang out and watch the second half with us, we're having a good time over there. Iowa 34-7 over Albany, not a surprise at all. Florida's up 41-0, 3 minutes to go in the third quarter against Long Island University. I didn't even know Long Island had a school, never mind a football team at the school, but it's 41-0. DJ Lagway 15 of 18 for 120 yards. And believe me, Florida fans are going to be bragging about that and telling you he's winning the Heisman and 19 Grammy Awards and an Emmy or whatever the fuck. But anyway, Florida's winning. They must be going to go 100-0 again. Kansas State has come from behind and is now beating North Dakota 31-21. I'm done with Kansas State. I had them ranked in my top 15. I picked them to win the Big 12. They go to Ireland to lose to Iowa State. Now this is just not a good performance. I'm off the Kansas State train. They're going to win the game. Yeah, I don't care. I'm off the Kansas State train. Talked about Texas A&M already. Vandy up 35-0 over Charleston Southern. Expected there. Austin. Now this is how about this? Austin Peay's up 24-7 over Middle Tennessee. Isn't Austin Peay a group of an FCS team? Middle Tennessee is a Group 5 team, and Austin Peay plays Georgia next week. Hope Georgia gets their shit together. I don't want to lose to Austin Peay. Oh, holy moly. Yeah, Western Kentucky up big. Nobody cares. I don't think. 24-10, Michigan up over New Mexico. Were you expecting more? I'll be interested to see what the Michigan fans think about this one. Halftime, 24-10. is your score there. Michigan over New Mexico. Texas Tech all over Arkansas Pine Bluff. Southern Cal 42-10 over Missouri State. That was expected. Utah State up over UTEP. Not UTEP. Oh, no. Ole Miss 25-7 over Georgia State at halftime. I haven't watched any of that game, so I can't really comment on it. Austin Simmons, 14 of 19, 228 yards for a touchdown. BYU up big over Portland State. All right, relax. I'm back. I'm back like vertebrae. I'm back like vertebrae that needs a refill. I'll be right back. All right, here we go. I'm back. Did the halftime video. Ate my sub sandwich. Ate most of my sub sandwich. A Black Forest ham from the Kroger Deli with lettuce, tomatoes, onions, jalapenos, salt, pepper, oil, vinegar. Let's go. Let's go. So now I got some food in my belly. And I drank like 8 cups of coffee earlier. Now I'm getting all hopped up on Mountain Dew. Come on, man. And the game's back. I might be up all fucking night. I might stay up all night and get that shit done. What were we saying? Oh, I feel like Gunner was staring his receivers down. I don't know. I didn't notice that. I haven't looked up the stat line, but I feel like he played pretty good. I don't know. Thank you for the super chat, though. Landon Gosnell says, "What's up, Lou? Gator fan here, but love the show. Channel. Hope you're having a good night. So glad college football is back." Thank you, Landon. Yeah, hope you're having a good night too. Florida's winning big, so I'm sure that makes you happy. Good to see you in here. Scotty says Auburn does not belong in the top 25 until I see them beat good teams, but I love your channel. War Eagle. They're going to be borderline top 25 if they're not in there. I mean, they did beat a power. Not a lot of teams beat Power 5 opponents. I mean, I blow my nose. Jalapenos are good, but they make your nose run. Oh, wow, what a catch. What a catch. Wide receiver climbed the ladder for Clemson and comes down with that one. Wow. Bama lost to a man named Tommy, LMAO. Is that a funny name? I don't know. Incomplete pass, nearly intercepted by LSU. A fight over the ball results in an incomplete pass, but that was a dangerous throw there. Credit where it's due, Castellanos talked mad shit, then absolutely backed it up. That's the first thing I said when I came on the air for this live stream, was that everybody, myself included, besides Castellanos, owes Castellanos a big apology. We clowned Castellanos into oblivion for the last 2 months for running his mouth about Alabama, and he showed up and backed it up. Yeah. Castellanos officially ended the Alabama dynasty, says Justin Farmer. Well, the Alabama dynasty ended 5 years ago. Brian Kelly belongs in a Sephora, not a football field. Is it Sephora a makeup store? What? Is it Sephora a makeup store? What is going on? What? Brian Kelly belongs in a Sephora. That was funny. Dynasty ended when Saban retired. No, the dynasty ended in 2020 when they won their last natty. I mean, if you don't have natties, you don't have a dynasty. So the Alabama dynasty was from 2008 to 2020. The dynasty is over. It ended 5 years ago. If we put Keelan Russell in, we will go 11-1. Here we go. Yeah. If we put a true freshman in who's never played a down of college football, suddenly our defense will be able to tackle. Come on, man. Come on. That's the worst Alabama defense I've seen in 15 years. What is playing a true freshman quarterback going to do about that? Come on, man. And the thing is, you know better. You know better than to say some dumb shit like that.
5-star dummy.
Eric Burks, thank you for the super chat, buddy. He says, Uncle Lou, blessing to you and your fam. Hey, thank you, Eric. I hope you and your family are doing well, too. We need you to settle a dispute. Was G5 Joey's performance at Tennessee a stud performance or not? I mean, I don't know what you would, I guess it depends on what your definition of a stud performance is. I mean, I thought he played well. He overthrew some passes, but that seems to be a problem that every Tennessee quarterback has for some reason. I mean, especially in the first half, I saw him overthrow at least 4 or 5 wide open receivers. I don't know. What was his stat line? I'd have to look it up. I don't know. I don't know if it was a stud performance. We need to see more of G5 Joey. Auburn has won the national championship every year from 1880 till present day, says some dumbass in the comments section. Okay. Gators looking insanely good. The overrated Bulldogs better watch out. Yeah, well, last time I checked, it was 3 minutes to go in the third quarter, and DJ Lagway had 120 yards passing, but okay. Keep up the hate on Auburn. Number 4 cornerback for LSU is great. Tennessee D-line and receivers didn't play well. William Nix, thank you for the super chat. He says, I just want you all to know as an App State alum, I knew Joey Aguilar was capable of starting for a top-tier team. Well, when is that going to happen? When is he going to start for a top-tier team? Because I've yet to see that. Is he transferring again? Is he transferring to a top-tier team? I'm unaware of that. As in a Power 5 team. Oh, okay. Texas A&M has scored a couple of touchdowns to pull away from UTSA. It's now 35-17, so they're starting to blow them out now, which is probably what they should have been doing from the beginning, and also in addition to that as well. Keep in mind, Lou said Syracuse would cover. Keep in mind that you bet me money that Syracuse would score less than 14 points, and they didn't. So thank you for your donation. I appreciate that. Thank you for your donation. Lou, can you give me a go Noles? Go Noles, buddy. Kalen DeBoer is like Lincoln Riley. He doesn't care about defense. Oh, no. Don't tell Alabama that. That's their bread and butter. Yeah, UNLV won big yesterday. I think it's funny that somebody named Rocky Dennis has Trump as a profile picture. We suck against running QBs, says Bama Dude. Well, you're fucked against Georgia then. Georgia finally came out of the 12th century and has a quarterback that can run around. Commercial break on the LSU Clemson game. Well, I bet Utah -5, if that gives you any idea about how well I think Nico's going to play. I took Utah -5 in that game. I think Utah goes in there and puts a whooping on UCLA. DeBoer has a culture problem. Bama going to be stuck with DeBoer. I don't know what kind of contract did they give him. Michigan just had a player ejected for targeting. They're up 27-10 over New Mexico. Retro KG says, I'm wide awake for the Hawaii Challenge. Beat Arizona for the spirit of Colt Brennan. Hawaii might beat Arizona. That would be a more impressive. They beat Stanford last week on a last-minute field goal. Last-second field. I mean, that literally as time expired, Hawaii kicked the field goal to beat Stanford. Stanford's pretty bad. Is Arizona that bad? I don't know. I think Hawaii's got a chance, but I'm probably going with Arizona in that one. Bama has too many penalties and doesn't know how to tackle. Yeah, the tackling was really bad today for Alabama. Really bad. Joey is the real deal, Lou. Could you have imagined he'd be this good? I love Tennessee fans. Tennessee fans are probably my favorite group of people. Because they... What is the people called that like to inflict pain on themselves? A masochist or a sadist? Is it a sadist likes to inflict pain on other people? A masochist likes to inflict pain on themselves? Tennessee fans are masochists. They enjoy inflicting pain on themselves. They get themselves all hopped up over nothing. And field goal. Is that wide right? Yeah, field goal, no good. Taterman misses a field goal. So still a 7-point game. Clemson with a pretty good drive there, but they missed the field goal. So still 10-3. 7-point lead for the Taters, but they pushed that field goal wide right, and LSU will get the ball with decent field position here. Hogman, thank you for the super chat. I was pleasantly surprised by our offensive line, disappointed in our defense. Everything else is what I expected. Probably 8-4 everyone on the planet is projecting. Yeah, it looks like an 8-4 team to me. UJ not any good. Can't wait till Bama beats them again. And Lou cries. I'm a Tennessee fan. Calm down, Vols. Our defense looked horrible, and Syracuse had walk-ons playing on the defensive line. Damn, is that true? Yeah, the defense for Tennessee did look bad. How many yards Syracuse have? 600? Joey will definitely be in New York at the end of the year, says Volman. Yeah, I see. This is what they do to themselves every year. I think Tennessee fans secretly hate themselves. Holding on LSU is going to put them in a hole here early in this drive. Sellers winning Heisman, go Gamecocks. We may suck, but we always own George. Another fucking retard. Can't type. Buckeyes looked good today, to be honest. Well, their defense looked good. Texas defense looked good. Both of those teams played great defense. Neither offense looked great, but that's probably because the defenses are so good. I think Texas and Ohio State are both going to be fine. I think they're both going to be really good. I think they're both good. Huge play, LSU across midfield, 45-40, all the way to the Tater, 44. That's about a 35-yard gain for the Corn Dog. One of their biggest plays of the day. They're in business now. On Clemson's side of the field. Michigan will beat Oklahoma next week. Go Big Red, sick 'em dogs. No, I'm going to stick with my preseason pick of Oklahoma in that one, I think. Tall task for Bryce Underwood to go on the road as a true freshman and win at Oklahoma. So I'm probably going to stick with my Oklahoma pick in that one. I'm not even going to try to read whatever Joelis just typed there, but it looks like almost every other chat in the comment section that I try to read. Sometimes I feel like y'all are typing in hieroglyphics. It's weird. It's really weird. Ever since Kirby Smart left Bama, that defense hasn't been the same for the Gumps. Well, maybe you can make that case, but it was really bad today. I mean, really bad. LSU went for a big one here, and I think he caught it, but he came down. Well, did his foot hit down in bounds? Hold on now. I don't think his foot touched the ground. He tried to get his foot down, but it didn't touch. By a hell of an effort, though. Instead, it's just a long incompletion. 2nd and 10 now. They're in the red zone. They're going to keep it on the ground. Cut back run, puts his shoulder down. Gain of about 4, maybe 5 yards. 3rd down coming up now for LSU. UC Godwin Beck from said in Tennessee Bucko.
5-star dummy.
I think somebody needs to stick a wallet in your mouth before you chew off your own tongue, man. I'm serious. I'm concerned about you medically. Nussmeier rolls to the right, throws back across his body. Caught. Dangerous to do that, but he put it on the money. Rolling right, throw back across your body in the middle of the defense. Usually not a good idea, but Nussmeier put that one on the money. And LSU is going to have a 1st down, and they are in business here. Inside the 10, it's going to be 1st and goal for the Corn Dogs at the 5-yard line. Our best linebacker got ejected on an absolute bullshit targeting call. Going to miss the first half of Oklahoma. I saw the play. It looked like targeting to me. I mean, he literally headbutted the other team's quarterback. I mean, it was head to head. So I don't know about a bullshit targeting call. It looked. I saw it. It looked like targeting to me. But maybe I'm a 5-star money. You know when for make him say go 3rd week this year. Thank you, Vaultard, for proving everything I've ever said about Tennessee fans.
5-star dummy.
First and goal coming up now for LSU. Chance to tie it up here. 10-3 the score. Clemson on top. They missed a field goal a few minutes ago, and now LSU has gone right down the field. 1st and goal from the 5 now. Maybe LSU can score before Brian Kelly has a chance to fuck this up. 10 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. And things could get interesting here if LSU can punch this in. First and goal from the 5. 3 wide to the top of the screen. Nussmeier under center this time. Motion. Snap. They're going to hand it off. Nowhere to go. No gain on the play. 2nd and goal now from the 5. These dummies be saying ooga da booga da booga da ba-da. Yes. Something like that. Thank you for the super chat. 100 and oh go Vols gimmick you. Oh, yeah. I love you guys. I really do. I really do. All right, 2nd and goal, LSU from the 5. 4 wide to the top, 1 to the bottom, empty backfield. Into the end zone, incomplete. They're going to get the Taters with pass interference. It's going to be 1st and goal now from the 1-yard line. What's your thoughts on Tennessee now? I think their defense is terrible. Way worse than I thought it would be. I thought it would be a little bit worse than last year. I didn't think it would be that bad, though. Down with everyone but the dogs in the SEC, says Michael Landar. Evan says, I don't know, ran into him standing straight up. No lowering helmet. It doesn't matter if you lower. You can't make contact to a quarterback's head. Doesn't matter whether it's with your head, your foot, your hand, your forearm, your knee. You can't make contact with a quarterback's head. 1st and goal from the 2. LSU pass incomplete at the goal line. 2nd and goal now from the 2. By the way, Lou, thanks for getting me through the preseason. It was a rough one, says Carlos Finch. A lot of people thank me for helping them get through the offseason, and I get what you're saying. Y'all helped me get through the offseason. I mean, college football has the longest off season of any major sport in America, and it is long and drawn out and brutal. And doing these live shows and these videos year round and the call-in shows and all that gives me like some kind of an outlet to just still talk college football. So I appreciate all y'all watching. That's going to be a touchdown LSU. And as long as they make the extra point, we're going to have a tie ball game. LSU scores on the ground 10-9. An extra point will tie it up. Banjo says, one of my favorite parts of your live streams is the clown horn on the 5-star dummies. It's completely ridiculous, yet I always laugh when I I hear it. I love these Bama and Tennessee comments. Yeah. The best content on this channel is always when popular teams lose, because it's just everybody likes to laugh about it. So anytime Bama or Georgia or Ohio State or Oregon or Clemson or somebody like that loses, it's internet gold, We beat Ga up from Go this year at home, Bucko. Why can't you understand in English, all you?
5-star dummy.
Thanks for the live feed. Go Vols. Thanks for hanging out, Stevie J. I have a good time on these things, man. Watching these football games with y'all every Saturday. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat, man. That means a lot. I appreciate all y'all helping to support the channel with these super chats. I really do. Are Vol fans inbred? A significant percentage of them are, yeah. Usually it's just that they're retarded, though. Kansas State down bad. Are they losing again? Yep, they sure are. They're losing to something called North Dakota. I'm done with fake Val fans in here. That's great news. I'm sure they're happy to hear that.
5-star dummy.
Zach Belinsky, thank you for the super chat. Will you return to the casino this year to troll Vol fans again? Probably not. I usually don't go anywhere on the weekends during football season because I like to stay here and work. The only reason I was up there last year is because I got displaced when that hurricane came through. I was without power, water, and internet for like 2 weeks, so I couldn't stay here. So I went up and spent some time up there. So I probably won't get a chance to get back up there this football season. I actually was just up there on Wednesday, but I just went for the day. Biggest cult, Aggie Man or Tater Man? Oh, Aggie Man. Yeah, I don't really think Clemson is a cult. Texas A&M, you can make a strong case that it is. Yeah, you can make a strong case that it is. One clear sign of a cult is that they blindly believe things that are obviously not true. In other words, they're not a service academy, but for some reason, Texas A&M fans get mad and argue with you when you tell them that. So that's cult behavior. Yeah, New Mexico just won't give up, will they? They're down here at the goal line threatening to score. 3rd and goal for New Mexico on the 3-yard line. 27-10 is the score. Play action pass. Throws into the end zone. Caught. Touchdown, New Mexico. It's going to be a 10-point game. Michigan 27, New Mexico 17. Yeah. Bigger cult, Texas A&M fans or Trump supporters? I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole, buddy. I remember your Buffalo Wild Wings videos from last year during the hurricane. Yeah, that was the Georgia-Alabama game. Now, we were talking earlier. I don't even remember how it came up, but I told you, I said, if Georgia ever goes 7-5, like, I'd make a killing on this channel because people love misery. They love to come to your channel. We were talking about Kangaroo Black and Alabama losing. Being out of town because of that hurricane last year during the Georgia-Alabama game cost me untold thousands of dollars. Untold thousands. If I could have been here during that Georgia-Alabama game streaming that thing, and then been here to make post-game videos and do the your season is over deal the next day, it would have been the most watched videos I did all year. But I couldn't be here. I had no power, no water, and no internet. I had to get out of town. If Florida goes 9-3, they will be in the playoffs. Well, you don't know that, but they're not going 9-3. But just saying if Florida goes 9-3 to be in the playoffs is ridiculous. If there's a bunch of other teams that are 10-2, Florida won't go to the playoffs at 9-3. What is Vols 22 talking about? Nobody knows. He's mentally retarded, currently chewing on his wallet, so he doesn't swallow his tongue. Cade Klubnik throws, pass complete, close to a first down, gain of 9 or 10. They're going to say, oh, they're going to mark it pretty close there. I told you all Nico would do goods this year. Handled dumb Syracuse. Yes, Nico handled dumb Syracuse. Thank you, retard Vol fan.
5-star dummy.
Eight and a half minutes left in the third, all tied at 10. Clemson with the ball, 1st and 10 on their own 35. Klubnik in a shotgun, 3 wide to the top. Snap, back to throw. Looking, steps up, gets rid of it. Intercepted. Klubnik was under pressure and made a poor throw there. Got hit as he released the ball. And an easy interception for LSU. And that could be the break that LSU needed to take the lead in this game. We'll see what they can do. Can they capitalize here? Not a good decision here by Klubnik. Sails on him right into the arms of an LSU defender. No good there by Klubnik. No good there. Valtard, man, is slower than Georgia's receivers. I don't know if Georgia's receivers are all that slow. Did you see Zachariah Branch today? Gumpman says, Lou, thank you for making a loss funny. I guess Florida State fans can send me to the Trail of Tears. Anyway, keep up the great work. Can I get a woe tide? Woo. Why not, buddy? Why not? Starting to feel a little bad for you over there. Whoa, Tide, woo! When Heupel putting Brew back in, he no injured now. Witty Banter says, as a Vols fan, Aguilar was okay against a seemingly average Syracuse team. He had some jumpy moments with some miscommunications with his receivers and some bad overthrows. Hope he can build on it. Good luck in 2 weeks, Lou. Yes, it's going to be a great game. Georgia on the road at Tennessee in 2 weeks. It'll be a good one. I was more, I think Tennessee fans should be a little bit more worried about their defense than their offense. That defense was a little suspect today. All right, let's see what LSU can do here following that Cade Klubnik interception. Well, my knees are starting to give out on me now. I've been standing up since 11:30 this morning. I'm old, and my knees are going to hate me tomorrow. They're already hurting now. Lou, you have an average to below average physique, but you run a great channel. Well, thanks, Roger. I'm not interested in dating you. But I appreciate the review. I really do. I think they're going to get Michigan for holding there. Michigan's up 10, 27-17 over New Mexico. Michigan's got the ball on its own 12-yard line, 1st and 20. Bryce Underwood making his first start as a true freshman here. Pass incomplete. It's going to be 2nd and 20. LSU picks up a first down on 3rd and 1. Right up the gut for a couple of yards there. Who thinks FSU could beat LSU again, a.k.a. Bama got their butt stomped? Do you know that a.k.a. means also known as? So in other words, what you just typed is, who thinks Florida State could beat LSU again, also known as Bama got their butt stomped? Someone tell Tater Man having all in on your chin strap doesn't convey the right message. Oh, man. Man. Roger Bale might have one of those chin straps. The physique guy or whatever in the comments section. He might have one of those. Roger, do you have an all-in chin strap that you wear, buddy, to keep from cracking your head over whatever wall you're banging your head against? Underneath the boar's seat just got turned up a few degrees. Yeah, it's not going to be fun for him in Tuscaloosa this week. LSU with a nice throw and catch there. Look at this. Wow. Is that a touchdown? I thought that was... If he caught that, then that's a touchdown. If that's a catch, then it's a touchdown. DeBoer upping his security detail. Yeah. Lou's physique is better than Brian Kelly's. Thank you, Roger Bale. Roger eats bananas because of the shape. Yeah, that looks like a touchdown to me. I mean, if it's a catch, it's a touchdown. So I guess that's what they're reviewing. But that's clearly a touchdown if it's a catch. So that we'll see. Yeah. If that's a catch, it's a touchdown. Lou always has something to say about Josh Heupel physique. I didn't say anything about his physique. Roger Bale said Lou's physique is better than Brian Kelly's. I didn't say shit about Josh Heupel. But Josh Heupel is a fat fucking slob. I mean, I don't know. Look, being overweight is one thing. Being a complete and total fucking slob, that's something else. So, I mean, he's got to tighten that up. He is a slob. They said that wasn't a catch. Wow. 3rd and 11 now for LSU. That is, I'm surprised they overturned that. 3rd and 11 for LSU, all tied at 10. Nussmeier back to throw. Incomplete. 4th and 11. Now Brian Kelly has a chance to do something stupid again. Let's see if he does it. He's got a chance to do something retarded. Will he do it? Let's find out. Double boy in my DMs wanting feet. Thank you, Vols22, for that tidbit of information. Nick says, my guy, Kansas State is bad, not even the good North Dakota. Yeah, I'm done with Kansas State permanently. Permanently. All right, field goal time for LSU. Snap, hold, kick, no good. Might have been blocked. It was either blocked or it was the worst kick I've seen since the Ohio State kick in the playoff game against Georgia. Baton Rouge about to burn to the ground after that call. LSU hoed there. I don't know what that means. Lou, did you hug a gump yet? Not yet. Not yet. Give him a digital hug. He had control when he crossed the goal line. Brian Kelly eats corn dogs the long way. Our backup kicker was the number one kicker in the nation. Tennessee to the Natty. Yeah, they beat Syracuse. Next stop, national title. That's perfect logic there. Josh Heupel is a grown-up Bobby Hill. Is he grown up, though? Heupel is built like the bagel on Saj Party. I don't know what that means, but built like a bagel is funny. He built like a bagel. He built like a bagel. I'm going to write that down. Built like a bagel. I might use that on the Your Season Is Over video tomorrow. Josh Heupel loves beef and cheese. Yeah, that shit you get from the gas station? Yeah, probably does. Probably does. This chat is also a sausage party. Yeah, well, this is a college football channel, so you might be surprised to know that about 95% of the people that watch are male. Yep. Refs got money on Clemson. Well, I'm not lying. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get out of bed tomorrow. My knees are on fire. Lou enjoys his Bud Lights. I quit drinking except when I'm on vacation anymore. It's been about 3 years since I've had anything to drink other than when I'm on vacation out of town. Are you going to do the Your Season Is Over video tomorrow or wait and finish the other guy? I'm going to do it tomorrow and then do like a smaller version on Tuesday. Ricky Bobby, what's up, buddy? He says, good morning, Lou. Was about one of 12 Syracuse fans watching that disaster class at the binge, no matter what will be the real orange. Vol fans can shove those creamsicle-looking things in those diplomas none of them have. Dang, man. Syracuse hung in there. I thought they played well offensively. Obviously, their defense was terrible. Syracuse and Tennessee's defense pretty bad too, but kind of a track meet game. Mewtwo says sausage party, my bad. Yeah, I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant. Heupel's dependence on carbohydrates has ruined his physique, says Roger Bale. It would likely take 5 to 10 years for him to lose the body fat to match Lou. Well, I'm sure that's high on his to-do list. He'll get on right on top of that. Cade Klubnik running for his life here. Can't even get back to the line of scrimmage on 2nd and 3. That's going to make it 3rd and 4 for the Tater Man. And the LSU defense seems to be winning the battle against the Clemson offense in the second half. Trey Martin, thank you for the super chat, buddy. Appreciate you stopping by tonight. Gumpman says, here's a funny stat. Nick Saban's to Alabama. He lost to unranked opponents 4 times. Kalen DeBoer has already lost to 4 unranked opponents in 14 games. Yeah. Here's more breaking news. Kalen DeBoer ain't Nick Saban, and he never will be. Nor will anyone else. So it's unfair to hold anybody to that standard. I mean, it's natural to do it because he replaced Nick Saban. And look, he knew what he was walking into. And this is why there's that expression that's been around forever that says you don't want to be the guy that replaces the guy. You want to be the guy that replaces the guy that replaced the guy. So the next coach for Alabama will have a more fair opportunity to succeed, I think, than Kalen DeBoer will, because the expectations are going to be lowered under Kalen DeBoer, because there's nothing any coach could have done at Alabama to keep Alabama on the same level they were at with Saban. There's just, because Saban is the greatest coach in the history of college football. No matter who they brought in after Saban, Bama was going to be worse than they were with Saban. It's just a fact. And if you don't believe that, then you don't think Saban was the greatest coach of all time, which he was. So it's a tough situation for DeBoer to walk into. But number one, he knew the situation he was walking into. Number two, he makes $11 million a year, so I don't feel sorry for him at all. Period. Nor do I feel sorry for any college football coach that can't win. They're getting paid millions of dollars to coach football. Win or get the fuck out. And when you do, you get a huge fucking buyout to sit home and not work like Ed Orgeron. So I don't feel sorry for any of these coaches that lose their job. I don't. Head coaches. What sucks when a head coach gets fired is the 100 staff that are under him that aren't making $10 million a year that are all of a sudden out of a job. Those people I feel bad for. The head coaches, no, I don't. Rescue 22 says, good morning, Lou. Another fun stat. This is the first time Alabama's ever lost in August. Is it really? That I didn't know. Now, maybe not a lot of August games in their history, but no, I didn't know that. How far do you think Bama will drop, and where do you think FSU will land in the top 25? Hard to say. I mean, we got to see who wins this game, what happens with Notre Dame and Miami. Long run by Michigan here. Might be a touchdown. Mark him out of bounds at the 1. 2nd and 2 for LSU. And they pick up the first down. Bama should drop out of the top 10 at a minimum. Why are we hiding people? Stop hiding. Don't hide anybody. I don't know why we're hiding people, but stop. Don't hide anybody. Michael Thomas, don't hide anybody, or I'm going to have to take your wrench away. Tootie Green says, go Dogs, Lou. Yeah, Georgia looked good today. I thought the run blocking could have been a little better. But overall, the defense played great. Zachariah Branch is going to be a problem for everybody we play. Gunnar Stockton looked good, especially with his legs, which was nice to see. Bama should at least drop out of the top 10. As far as how far beyond that, have to wait and see who all wins and loses and how it all shakes out. Tennessee beat a very good team. When? When was the last time Tennessee beat a very good team? Trying to think. Did Tennessee beat any very good teams last year? No. Did Tennessee beat any very good teams the year before? No. Is Syracuse a very good team? No. I can't remember the last time. 2022 Bama, that might be right. I can't remember the last time Tennessee beat a very good team. Justin Farmer, thank you again for the super chat. He says, Vol 22 is hiding from his girlfriend. That's fake news, but you're giving him way too much credit. You're giving him way too much credit. You're giving him too much credit there. If LSU doesn't win the SEC, we'll face fraud allegations. What? Oh, if LSU doesn't win this game, the SEC will face fraud allegations? Michigan scored. They're going to be up 34-17 now. LSU looking at a 1st and 10 here with 1 minute to go in the third quarter, all tied at 10. LSU just across midfield. Nussmeier back to throw. Underneath. Ooh, boy. There's a whistle down, and there's a good thing, too, because that guy would have been off and running. False start on LSU is going to back them up. Clemson throwing stuff on the field. Are they? Did I miss a bad call or something? What I learned today from reading my chat is that Texas is going 2-10, and the Heisman is going to come down to DJ Lagway and Joey Aguilar, whichever one wins the SEC championship, which is going to be Florida versus Tennessee in the SEC title. That's what I've learned from reading my chat today. How much rope will Bama give DeBoer before they fire him? Probably a lot, because they're paying the guy $10, $11 million a year. So he's not going to get fired this year, I don't think. Even if they go 8-4, I don't think they fire him. All right, Vols 22. Appreciate you hanging out, buddy. We'll see you next time. Rescue 22 says, Lou, if you change your last name to Manning, you can get a scholarship to Texas and instantly become the preseason Heisman favorite. Solid life hack. That's the other thing I learned today, is that Arch Manning is terrible because Texas lost to Ohio State 14-7. Evan, thank you for the super chat. In a weird turn of events, Bryce might be the thing I'm most sure of on this team. Other groups have to work to do. What did it say? Work. Oh, other groups have work to do. I got you. I've had the Michigan game on, but I've mostly been watching this LSU game. I'm kind of surprised at Michigan's defense, though, giving up this amount of points to New Mexico. Winner of Lame, thank you for the super chat. Says how much? Oh, we already read that one. Yeah, about Kalen DeBoer getting fired. Yeah. I mean, I don't think that's going to happen. It would be funny, but I don't think that's going to happen. Nussmeier limping off the field here. Well, hopefully he's okay. I don't want to see anybody get hurt. But he's got a pretty significant limp there walking off the field for this timeout. Hey, Mason, what's going on, buddy? Bama down bad? Yeah, they looked terrible. They looked terrible. They got some issues, for sure. I thought Michigan would lean on the defense this year. Better sort that out. Yeah. I mean, I'm definitely sticking with my Oklahoma pick next week. Oklahoma over Michigan at Oklahoma. Lou, what are your thoughts on Missouri this season? You think they are an SEC dark horse? No, I don't think Missouri is going to be very... I mean, they might have a good record because they've got the easiest schedule in the SEC, but like last year, Missouri was 9-3. That's one of the worst 9-3 teams I've ever seen. I'm not very high on Missouri. Is Ohio State the best team? Oh, I've got no idea. I think they should be ranked number 1. I don't know if they're the best team or not. Chandler, thank you for the super chat. The Voltards won't beat Georgia this year. That's generally a safe bet. Kirby hasn't lost to Tennessee since his first year, 2016. Beat them every year. Last thing, bow hunting 101 can't even handle 80 pounds. Is that true, bow hunting 101? That you can't handle 80 pounds? Come on, man. That can't be true. That's not true. Vols 22 is making that up. Bow hunting's good people. Leave bow hunting alone. Uncle Lou, were you a Hulkamaniac as a kid? I watched wrestling as a kid. I don't know that I would consider myself a Hulkamaniac. I was never like a die-hard wrestling fan or whatever. I mean, I watched it a little bit growing up, but no, I wasn't really a Hulkamaniac, I guess. Kirby ain't ready for Heupel to open a playbook against the Puppies. Well, how long is he going to wait? I mean, it's been 3 or 4 years. When's he going to open it? I mean, Tennessee struggles to get a first down every year against Georgia. Since Josh Heupel became the head coach at Tennessee, they've never scored more than 2 touchdowns in a game against Georgia, and have gotten blown out every time they've played them. It hasn't even been close. Are you streaming a Miami game? So the streaming schedule for tomorrow at 3 o'clock, I'll be right here on YouTube for Virginia Tech and South Carolina. But the primetime game is going to be on my Patreon page, the same place we did the Alabama-Florida State game today. If you haven't signed up on Patreon, you need to rethink your life decisions. But we have a really good time, and I stream on Patreon every weekend. There's a link to the Patreon page right there. Get yourself signed up in Notre Dame versus Miami tomorrow night on Patreon. Virginia Tech versus South Carolina at 3 o'clock tomorrow right here on YouTube. Arch Manning today was a complete disaster. Yeah, he played bad against definitely a top 5 defense in all of college football. But yeah, Arch Manning played bad. Julian Sayin played bad too today against another top 5 defense. But yeah, offenses generally behind defenses early in the year. And if you're playing a top 5 defense, you can expect to struggle. Let me ask you this. Are Cade Klubnik and Nussmeier any good? Or are they terrible too? Because this is 10-10 here. So these must be 2 bad quarterbacks. Nussmeier throws, pass, complete. Tackled around the 16, 17-yard line. Second and short coming up for LSU. Is Gunnar Stockton a bad quarterback? Because he couldn't score against Notre Dame last year. Remember that? Now, yeah, I know Notre Dame had a top 10 defense, but apparently in La La Land, that doesn't matter. If you can't score 50 points, you're not any good. So Gunnar Stockton not any good either because couldn't score against Notre Dame last year in the playoffs. "14 minutes to go in the game, all tied at 10. LSU in field goal range. Third down coming up here for the Corn Dogs. They're on the 12-yard line of Clemson. 3rd and 1. I'll be real curious to find out what Brian Kelly does if they don't get a first down here. Would he really be stupid enough not to kick a field goal again? Remember, LSU would be winning by 3 right now if they'd have kicked that field goal at the end of the first half. 3rd and 1. Nussmeier under center. Snap. Quarterback sneak. He got it. Needed a yard. Got 2. Going to be 1st and goal, it looks like, at the 10. Arch was missing wide open passes, though, Lou. Yeah, Gunnar missed some passes, too, against Notre Dame. And today against Marshall, he missed a pass. I seen it. Not any good. Uncle Lou, did you have the Florida game pulled up? If so, did you see anything impressive from QB2 Jones? I didn't watch one snap of the Florida game. They played Long Island. I didn't watch any of that one. Good evening, and that Uncle Lou finishing up at work and just wanted to stop by and say the Gumpers are down bad. Joshua Toporek, that's an understatement, buddy. Good to see you in here, man. Hope work went well today. Lagway only played half the game. Yeah, last time I looked, he had 120 yards passing, so I guess he won the Heisman already. I don't know if Arch Manning's going to be good or not, but I'm not prepared to say he's terrible because he didn't light it up against Ohio State on the road in the first start of the year. Touchdown LSU. Fade route into the end zone. Comes down with it. Good coverage, but the wide receiver just made a play, and LSU is going to take the lead 16-10 with 12-18 to go in the fourth quarter. And it looks like Dabo Swinney has an SEC problem. Clemson on the verge of losing their 4th straight game to the SEC here. Isn't this Arch's 3rd year in college? Yes, it is Gunnar Stockton's 3rd year in college, too. Or is it his 4th? Might be his 4th. LSU takes the lead 17-10 with 12:18 to go. Did you see the beatdown on Boise? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. LSU defense looks legit. Yeah, both of these defenses have looked good today. Lou, do you think Clemson will continue the narrative that they can beat a team with a pulse? Lou, were you trolling when you said Auburn looked good because they looked absolutely terrible? Well, Jackson Arnold looked good running the ball. Auburn ran the ball great. They struggled to throw the ball. Bad pass protection for Auburn, and their defense was horrible. They gave up 600 yards to Baylor. But I thought they ran the ball good. Clemson down bad. Yeah, they're going to have to come back here, find a way to get some offense here. They're down 17-10 in the fourth quarter at home. Ty Simpson showed why he's been on the bench for 2 years. I put some money on Utah covering the spread, says Benjamin. Yeah, me too. That game comes on at 11, so we're about 20 minutes away from kickoff. Utah on the road at UCLA. I also took Utah -5 in that one. Are you doing UCLA? You mean streaming? No, buddy. I've been on since 9 o'clock this morning, and I got to do it again tomorrow, starting at 3. I'm gonna get out of here after this Clemson game. Thank you, Jolish. Daddy O, thank you for the super chat. This is usually when taters disappear like roaches. Damn, they're not gonna disappear right now. They still got a chance. They still got a chance. They're gonna have to find some offense though. They're gonna have to figure something out. 12:18, LSU set to kick off. Just because I always point it out whenever there's a white running back, because it's just really weird, I also want to point out that LSU has a black guy doing kickoffs. Which is also weird. So, I guess cancel me on... Is that a cancel me thing if I say that? I think it's weird whenever a team has a white running back. I also think it's weird when a team has a black kicker. All right, here's Clemson on their own 25. 4 wide and a pistol. Play action. Klubnik back to throw. Running for his life again. Has to throw it away. Under pressure. Had to throw it away to avoid the sack. Incomplete pass. 2nd and 10. Klubnik is good, but he's just not elite, says Justin Anderson. Seminole Sam, what's up, buddy? He says, I don't want to hear... Oh, you spelled here wrong. I don't want to hear you guys start to pick FSU to win. You spelled 2 wrong. the ACC out of nowhere now. Also, anyone who said we weren't a blue blood, what's up now? We back. You're not a blue blood. You've never been a blue blood. Ever. Ever. I don't know. Maybe you don't know what a blue blood is, but Florida State was terrible until the late 80s. So, like, nothing you ever do will make you a blue blood. You were absolute dog shit until the late 1980s. You'll never be a blue blood. It's got nothing to do with how good you are today or how good you aren't today. And has everything to do with the fact that you were an all-girl fucking clown college for too many years while everybody else was busy becoming a blue blood. You're not a blue blood. You never will be. You're never gonna be. And you're not winning the ACC. So as far as you not wanting to hear anybody picking Florida State to win the ACC, don't worry. You're not going to hear that. They showed the Brian Kelly crash out on TV. Yeah, I remember that from last year when he was pounding the desk in that. Ohio State can't handle a SEC schedule. LOL, Ohio State is 3-0 versus the SEC this year. The SEC isn't a good conference anymore. The SEC isn't a good conference. They're the second best conference in football. What are you talking about? New to college football in general, who's your favorite team? My favorite team is Georgia. The SEC has fallen behind the Big Ten. Yeah, I spent all offseason trying to tell people that, and they didn't want to hear it. The Big Ten was better than the SEC last year, and they may be better than the SEC this year. It's too early to tell for sure, but they were better than the SEC last year. Clemson fans will rush the field. Yeah, win or lose, Clemson fans will rush the field after the game because they're retarded. Gump's jumping out the window like it's 9/11. Lou, your granddaddy's mad at you. No, my granddaddy knew Florida State would never be a blue blood because they weren't any good for way too long to ever be a blue blood. Is Clemson officially fined for rushing the field? I would assume so. Of course, I mean, it's an ACC. It's up to the ACC whether or not they fine them. It's an ACC rule, but I would assume, yeah. Arch Manning is Dollar Store Haynes King, says Spank Mapleton. I'm hearing some exceptionally stupid comments on here tonight. Jeremy, how do you think I feel, buddy? I have to read this shit 7 days a week. Kentucky hung on to beat Toledo by a touchdown. Last year, Toledo beat an SEC team. Who was it Toledo beat last year? Who was it Toledo beat last year? Was it Arkansas? Can't remember. Toledo beat an SEC team last year. Mississippi State, that's right. Thank you. Lou has been streak animeg since 9 a.m. The least you can do is thumbs up the stream. Appreciate you. Streaming since 9 a.m. The least you can do is thumbs up the stream. Appreciate you, Lou. Yeah, hit the thumbs up if you haven't already. That's literally the easiest thing you can do to help support the show. It's free, even. It doesn't cost you any money. And it takes hardly any effort or energy at all. So, yeah. Put your mortgage on the Utes. Go Utes. Yeah, I'm on Utah minus 5.5. I do have a bet on Utah minus 5.5. Good luck, Utah, man. Utah plays at UCLA tonight at 11. Nico's debut as quarterback of UCLA. First and 10 for Clemson. Cade Klubnik in the pocket. Throws complete. Big gain across midfield. 45-40 all the way down to the 37. Big play for Clemson. It feels like they really needed something like that, too, to maybe give them a spark. Kansas State struggled today against North Dakota. They ended up losing or did they ended up winning? They are winning. They won by 3. So Kansas State comes from behind to beat North Dakota 38-35. Miracle win for K-State. Yeah, K-State is bad. K-State is bad. I'm going to have to take the L on that one. I was high on Kansas State for the second year in a row, and for the second year in a row, they're not very good. Another good play from, oh no, the receiver fell down. He'd probably still be running. Damn. Short gain for Clemson. Lewitt is a talented conference problem. What is? FSU will be ahead of Georgia in the poll. No, they won't. That might be the dumbest thing you've ever said. And you've said a lot of dumb shit. Florida State won't be ahead of SEC in any poll. Oh, wait, SEC bias. Never mind. The media has SEC. What about the coaches poll? Do college football coaches have SEC bias? Because Georgia's going to be way ahead of Florida State in that poll, too. You have to be a fucking retard to think coaches around the country are propping up the SEC by not ranking Florida State ahead of Georgia. You have to totally separate reason from reality and be one of the dumbest human beings on the planet to truly believe that. Lou, does Alabama get the Defying Physics Award? Cade Klubnik, nowhere to go. Has to throw it away. I mean, he had nowhere to go. Immediate pressure. 4th and 5. Big play here. Big play here. Biggest play of the game so far coming up right here. 4th and 5 for Clemson. Lou, when are you meeting Feinbaum? Hopefully never. People claiming blue blood status like Auburn claims natties. I don't understand people's infatuation with being a blue blood. I mean, Nebraska's a blue blood. Southern Cal's a blue blood. These teams can't win anything in modern football. I don't... Wouldn't you rather be good today than try to convince people that you were good 50 years ago? Even though you weren't? 4th and 5. Pass falls incomplete. Oh, they took a timeout before the snap. Wow. They took a timeout before the snap. FSU fans, don't worry, you're not good. Bama is just trash, says Nathaniel Albert. Lou, should I get DirecTV? Why do you want to go backwards in time? I don't understand. No, you shouldn't get DirecTV. Do you want to pay more for less? You shouldn't get a CD player either. How about the Woo Bloods? Yeah, everybody that's been here since, I'll say 2015. If you've been here since 2015, you can be a Woo Blood. How about that? Psycho Seminole, do you think Bama's good? With that many returners, if they aren't good, who is? So everybody with returning starters is good? Zach Blinsky, thank you for the super chat. If only going 2-10 would have humbled them, they blew their load against Bama just to turn around and lose to Wake Forest and Syracuse later this year. I mean, you have to let Florida State fans brag today. I mean, nobody expected them to win the game, and they won. I mean, we would all be bragging, too, if we were in their shoes. Didn't you pick Bama to be in the playoffs? Yes. And I picked Kansas State to win the Big 12. and I picked Florida State to lose today. So not everything I say turns out to be true. That may come as a surprise to you. Bama's quarterback might be the worst they've had in 20 years, says Shrimp Shanks. Surprised I'm not blocked yet. You want to be blocked? I can make it happen. It's easy to do. Lou, what do you miss from your old house that you wish your new house had? Other than that she shed I built in the backyard for a studio, I don't really miss anything, honestly. I did like that she shed. 4th and 5 pass incomplete for Clemson, and no second chances that time. So a turnover on downs for the Taters. They still have time. There's 9 minutes to go, but they're going to have to play some defense here and try to get the ball back. Ty Simpson did a Tim Tebow after losing to Ole Miss. I promise you that I will work harder than anyone else the rest of the season. Yeah, nobody trying to hear that shit. Is he going to play defense? Because Alabama defensively was the worst I've seen in 15 years. FSU controlled the whole game against a playoff caliber team. Yes, Florida State did control the whole game against a team a lot of people thought were a playoff caliber team. I don't think that anymore. I don't think Alabama's getting anywhere near the playoffs. They'd have to pretty much run the table and win the SEC, and it's not going to happen. They're likely to lose 2 or 3 more games at a minimum. Vandy looks good again. What do you mean again? They weren't good last year. Just because you lost to them doesn't make them good. I've been trying to explain that to the Florida State fan for an hour. Vandy wasn't good last year. They beat Bama. Florida State beat Bama this year. Doesn't mean Florida State is good. Uh-oh. LSU scoots up the sideline. Looks like good for a first down across the 40 to the 45. First down LSU. Clemson better tighten up. They need to get the ball back. I don't think Bama's a playoff caliber team if they play like that all season. What I hear is Lou predicting Vols to beat the Gumps. I don't know. Tennessee can't win on the road, and they got to play in Tuscaloosa. So I don't know about that one. Lou mad because we are better. Better than who? Auburn will humble Georgia. Yeah, I hear that every year. Lou, Ty Simpson did a Tim Tebow after Lou. Yeah, I read that comment when you typed it 2 minutes ago. We just won on the road. That was a neutral site game. That wasn't a road game. Lou, what about Coach Prime? What about him? 2nd and 3 for LSU. Pass complete behind the line of scrimmage, but gets forward just enough for a first down. Needed 3, got 3.5. 7 minutes to go now. Clemson better tighten up. Every first down is going to take 2 minutes off the clock. Every first down takes 2 minutes off the clock. Lou, Texas can't beat Texas. Probably, yeah. I mean, I guess no team can beat themselves technically. That's weird. 1st and 10. LSU. Nussmeier in a shotgun. Motion. Snap. Back to throw. Pump fakes. Throws. Big loss. All the way back at the 45. That's going to be a loss of about 10 yards for LSU. That play looked wrong from the beginning. Let's see if Clemson can capitalize on that and force a punt here. 2nd and a mile coming up now for LSU. .605 to go. 2nd and 17. Pete is down bad right now, ain't he, says Bryce. Pete handles losses pretty well, honestly. Surprisingly well. Handoff this time for LSU. Tries to get to the corner. Can't turn the corner. Picks up a few yards. Durham with the carry. 3rd and long coming up now for LSU. FSU will win the Natty. Holy shit. 3rd and 12 now for LSU. Big play here. Clemson has got to get off the field here. If you're Clemson, you have got to make a play on defense here. You cannot give up a first down here on 3rd and 12. You've got to make a play right now. I disagree, Lou. Disagree with what? Already got an upset and it's only week 1. We are so back. Couple of upsets over the weekend. Might get some more tomorrow. FSU will win the Natty, says Mike Norvell. 1 win and Florida State starts hallucinating. Yeah. The overreactions after week 1 are always the wildest you'll see all year. I mean, we always overreact every week in college football, but week 1 is the worst for that. What is this about? I don't know what you're talking about. Georgia Southern and Fresno State has been a pretty good game so far. Yeah, I haven't watched any of that one. LSU keeps it on the ground. Nowhere near a first down, though. So, oh, that was a replay. They're changing the clock. Hold on. 5:13. Nope. 5:45. They added some time to the clock. 5:45 to go. LSU is going to be looking at a 3rd and 12 here. Georgia is getting beat by FSU's son, Alabama. Probably. Georgia always loses to Alabama. It doesn't even matter who the better team is when they play. Alabama always finds a way to beat them. 3rd and 12. Here we go. Biggest play of the game so far. LSU on the Clemson 47. Empty backfield. Nussmeier in a shotgun. Now he calls the running back in. Talking to the line of scrimmage. Clemson moving players around all over the place. So is LSU. 15 seconds on the play clock. Motion. Snap. Nussmeier throws complete behind the line of scrimmage. Tackled at the 40. It's going to be 4th and 5 for LSU at the Clemson 40. What is Brian Kelly going to do here? This is where Brian Kelly usually finds a way to fuck things up. Let's see what he does. Looks like he's going to send the punt team out. So Clemson's going to get the ball back here with about 4.5 minutes to go. Lou, what if Tennessee does win in 2 weeks? What do you mean? Like, will the world end or something? Like, what are you asking? If Tennessee wins, then they'll be 3-0, and Georgia will be 2-1. The punt's going to go into the end zone, which is a break for Clemson. So the ball will come out to the 20. Jolis, thank you for the super chat. He says, hey, Lou, it feels like either pass offense has been weak or pass defense has been good. But either way, what's your take? Early season rust before offenses get rolling seems common all teams. Pass offense has been weak or pass defense has been good. Well, it's not unusual in week 1 games for defenses in general to be ahead of offenses. That's not all that unusual. So I wouldn't draw too much from it. In terms of generalizing like that. I mean, I think there are some teams who offensively maybe didn't look great this week that might get better next week or the week after. Clemson with the ball, back to throw. Klubnik's going to get almost got sacked. Then the ball was tipped and nearly intercepted. This Clemson offensive line is a problem. They just cannot protect Klubnik at all. I mean, he has 0 time in the pocket. So, I mean, Clemson's going to have to recognize that and start calling some kind of quick something or... I mean, Klubnik just can't sit in the pocket. He's getting eaten alive every time he drops back. 2nd and 10 now from the 20. Back to throw again. Going deep. Wow, dropped. You got to make that catch, man. You got to make that catch. I mean, it wouldn't have been an easy catch, but those are the plays you got to make in these close games. He had a step on the defender. I mean, that would have been a tough catch for sure, but you got to find a way to make these types of plays. Kentucky looked bad today. I didn't watch any of that one, but I'm not surprised they look bad. Kentucky's going to be bad this year. You don't think it's that the LSU D-line is elite? Oh, I know the LSU defense is good, yeah, but you got to be able to give your guy more than 1 second to throw the ball. Here we go again. See, look at that. Just no time at all. Yeah, LSU's defense is good for sure. Traveling Fools, what's up, buddy? Fun show as always. Going to do the late night recap, call-in college football show after your stream. Feel free to pop in, link in, email. All right, buddy. I'll try. I'm wore out, man. I'll try. I don't know. I've been doing this shit since 9 a.m. this morning. Louisville Nation owns you and Guy. Thank you, Tennessee idiot.
5-star dummy.
I appreciate your broken English. Klubnik in the pocket, pass complete. Tackled almost right away, though, at the 22. And it's going to be 4th and long for Clemson. And this could be the ball game here if they don't. Are they going to punt? They got 2 timeouts left. I guess they got to. They're on their own 20. They're going to punt it back to LSU. That's disappointing for Clemson there. They couldn't even get a single first down out of that drive. 3:40 to go and the clock is ticking. They're going to punt it away. There's the punt. Fielded at the 28 by LSU. Returned out across the 30, 35, 40, 45. Great return by LSU all the way out to the 46. CD Rude says, Lou, who are your dark horse picks for this year? What, like to make the playoffs? Potentially Georgia Tech. They play this Clemson team in a couple of weeks. That'll be an interesting game. Georgia Tech. Let's see. Louisville maybe out of the ACC. Texas A&M maybe out of the SEC. Trying to think dark horse teams. So teams that everybody else isn't already naming. Nebraska's been a popular pick, but they didn't look great to me against Cincinnati. I don't really consider anybody in the Big 12 to be a dark horse because there's about 8 teams in that league that could win it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm done trying to decipher these fake troll messages from fake Tennessee fans. It was fun for the first hour and a half, but you guys have rode the whole fake account pretending to be Tennessee fan and misspelling words thing into the ground. FSU did not look dominant. I don't know. They did along the lines of scrimmage to me. They absolutely dominated Alabama on the lines of scrimmage. Michael Stevens, thank you for the super chat. He says, I will say Oklahoma's offense looked better than last year, but granted it was Illinois State. There were issues. I wonder how they would do against Michigan. I picked Oklahoma to win that game in my preseason predictions, and I haven't seen anything today to make me change my mind, so I'm probably going to stick with that next week. 2nd and 11, LSU keeps it on the ground for no gain. Clemson will call a timeout here, I'm pretty sure, and stop the clock with 2:34 to go. LSU going to be looking at a 3rd and long now. Cal's up 14-0 early over Oregon State. You can't tell much from a week 1 game. Yeah, it's tricky trying to figure out what's what in week 1 games because you don't really know how good or bad the other team's going to end up being. A good example of that would be last year when Georgia Tech beat Florida State in week 0, was it? Florida State was a top 10 team, so you're like, oh my God, Georgia Tech must be really good. Well, turns out Florida State was just dog shit and went 2-10. Georgia Tech ended up going 7-6. So, like, sometimes you just don't really know after the first game exactly what it means. Gotta watch a couple of weeks. All right, let's see what Clemson can do. Can they get the ball back? 3rd and 11. If LSU gets a first down here, it's just about game over. Shotgun for Nussmeier. Nussmeier back to throw. Dumps it off short at the line of scrimmage. He's not going to get the first down. Gain of about 3. It's going to be 4th and 8. Clemson's not going to take a timeout here. They're going to let the... That's a waste of 24 seconds by not taking a timeout. The clock will stop at the 2-minute warning. Clemson's going to get the ball back with 2 minutes to go and 1 timeout. Who's your Heisman front runner of week 1 so far? Favorite player so far? Jalen Daniels. Now, he's got an advantage. He's played 2 games, whereas most everybody else has only played 1, but he's been lights out 2 weeks in a row. So if I had to do a Heisman thing based only on what I've seen this season, not what I think people will do, but just what I've seen them do this season, Jalen Daniels would be on top of the list. My preseason Heisman picks were Jeremiah Smith at Ohio State, Jeremiah Love at Notre Dame, and Cade Klubnik at Clemson. Those were my preseason picks. Yeah, Zachariah Branch looked good today. I think he's going to be a problem no matter who Georgia plays. He looked really good. I like the way Georgia used him today, too. I don't understand anyone thinking Cade Klubnik is good. He plays soft ACC. So nobody in the ACC is good? I mean, that's a weird take to have, but that nobody in the ACC is good is a weird take to have. Lagway played a middle school. Why do Florida fans? Yeah, I didn't watch any of the game, but didn't he only have 120 yards passing? I mean, I'm sure he played good. It was Long Island, but he didn't put... I mean, it's not like he put up video game numbers, did he? Varson Beck could be a Heisman winner. I think he'll be better after surgery, and with him going from the SEC to the ACC, I think he'll put up better numbers. I think he'll have a good year, yeah. If Miami's got some wide receivers. I think losing Restrepo is going to hurt Miami, but we'll see. I will say Castellanos shows up every week. He's a great player. Well, I mean, there's only been 1 week. He did show up, though. He had a great game today. I mean, he basically, he beat Alabama by himself just with what he did with his legs. Backflip Spaghetti says Tennessee 28, Georgia 17. Good night, y'all, and go Big Orange. I don't know. That's 2 years worth of points for Tennessee against Georgia. That's 4 touchdowns. Josh Heupel's never scored more than 2 touchdowns against Georgia in a game, but we'll see. Georgia's defense looks better this year than last year. All right, LSU punts the ball away. 2 minutes to go. Clemson's going to get a return here. 30, 35, 40. Out of bounds around the 42 or 43 yard line. So good field position for Clemson, but that hasn't really mattered. The LSU defense has completely shut Clemson down in the second half. They're going to have to come up with something here. And more than anything else, they need to figure out a way to give Cade Klubnik some time because he's been under immediate pressure every time he's dropped back to throw the ball. Easy to say against Marshall. Yeah, Marshall's terrible. Marshall is really bad. There's no doubt about it. They are really bad. But Georgia played some really bad teams last year and never had a game this good. So I do think Georgia will be better defensively this year than they were last year. What is bad about Texas losing to Ohio State? When this year's schedule was released, knew they would lose. Historically, Texas chokes big games. What's bad about a loss? Are you seriously asking what's bad about a loss? It's not a win. That's what's bad about it. All right, 1st and 10, Clemson. Hey, monkey. Miscommunication. Miscommunication. Incomplete. Klubnik had a clean pocket that time, but the receiver ran one route and Klubnik threw another. Receiver ran about 2 yards further than I guess Klubnik thought he was. What you doing, T? You coming to check on me? 2nd and 10 for Clemson, 1:48 to go. This is their last chance here. Klubnik throws complete into LSU territory. Big gain down to the 40. Gain of about 20 yards that time. Good protection that time. LSU only rushed 4. Nice catch to get his feet down on the sideline, too. 1st and 10, Clemson on the LSU 38. Shotgun for Klubnik. Back to throw. Gets rid of it. Caught. Broken tackle. Big play. Down to the 20 unless he stepped out before that. Tight rope in the sideline. Clemson is in the red zone. 1:34 to go. 2 big plays in a row by the Taters. Have them down in the corn dog red zone. Clock stops with 1:34 to go. Clemson still has the 1 timeout. They need a touchdown and an extra point to tie the game. 3 wide to the bottom. Shotgun. Snap. Back to throw. Looking. Underneath. Caught. Short, though. Only a gain of about 2 or 3, and the clock's going to keep running here. 1:25 and the clock is ticking. 2nd and about 7 for Clemson in the red zone. They are on the 18-yard line. Hell of an ending here. Hell of an ending. Klubnik looks left, throws left, caught at the line of scrimmage, breaks the tackle but couldn't stay in bounds. Another short gain. 3rd and about 5 now. Clock stopped with 1:08. Look what we got, dude. Look what we got. Look what we got here. You see what we got? All right, 3rd and 4. They're on the 15. They need to get across the 11. Shotgun. Klubnik waiting. Snapped. Back to throw. Looks left. Throws. Tipped. Oh, boy, that was dangerous. Incomplete. Tipped up in the air. Seemed like the ball hung up there forever, too. Falls incomplete, though. 4th and 4. Game on the line for the Taters. Here we go. What do they come up with here? What will they come up with here? If Clemson touchdown, do you 2-point or tie? I think at home, I think you just tie it. I think you kick the extra point. LSU is going to take a timeout here. Let's put the Utah game on. Utah on the road at UCLA. Of course, UCLA quarterback this year, Nico. Utah has scored already, unless I'm looking at an old replay. Yeah, Utah, 11 plays, 75 yards, 13-yard touchdown run. Utah takes the early lead on the road at UCLA. I've got Utah minus 5.5 in that one. I need to win that bet because I'm going to lose the Clemson bet. 4th and 4 for Clemson. Game on the line. This is it right here. Do or die time for the Taters. 4th and 4 on the LSU 15. Down 7. Snap. LSU blitz. Klubnik running for his life. Has to throw it away. Nobody there. That's a fitting way to end, though, because LSU got pressure on Klubnik, and they've had pressure on Klubnik for literally for the entire game. LSU defense makes a play when they need to. Gave up some yards, let Clemson drive all the way down the field, but on 4th and 4, they get pressure on Cade Klubnik. He scrambles out to the right, but nowhere to go with the ball and ends up just throwing it into the ground, nowhere really near any Clemson receiver. And that's going to do it. And Clemson officially has an SEC problem now. This is their 4th straight loss to an SEC team. They lost week 1 last year to Georgia. They lost the last week of the regular season to South Carolina. They lost to Texas in the playoffs, and now they lose week 1 to LSU. 4 straight losses to the SEC for Clemson. And LSU snaps their week 1 losing streak. This is LSU's first week 1 win since 2019. 2nd and 10 for UCLA. Nico back to throw. Pass complete on a slant. Good for a first down out to the 40. LSU just taking knees here, and that's going to do it. Congratulations to LSU. They get a pretty good win here on the road at what I think is going to be a pretty good Clemson team. 17-10 your final score. Clemson starts 0-1. LSU for the first time since 2019 starts 1-0. Fire Kalen DeBoer. If Clemson touchdown, you go for the, well, it didn't matter because they didn't score. Congratulations to LSU. They get the win on the road. Yeah, first season opening win since 2019. Interviewing Brian Kelly on the field now. All right, y'all, I'm going to get out of here. I've been on here since 9 o'clock this morning. I'm wore out. I am wore out. I really appreciate all y'all hanging out with me, though. I had a great time today. From the kickoff show this morning at 9, we streamed on Patreon from noon till 7 o'clock today, and then back here on YouTube for these primetime games. I had a great time. I will be back on tomorrow at 3 o'clock for the South Carolina-Virginia Tech game. So if y'all want to hang out and watch some more football tomorrow, South Carolina versus Virginia Tech, right here on LouTube. I'll be here at 3 o'clock. Come hang out. We'll watch some college football. The big one tomorrow is Notre Dame versus Miami. That one is in prime time. Game comes on, I think, at 8 o'clock, 7:30 or 8. Tomorrow night, Notre Dame on the road at Miami. Notre Dame, new quarterback C.J. Carr, first-year starter. Carson Beck, this year's quarterback at Miami, a transfer from Georgia. So we'll see how those two teams look tomorrow night. That'll be the Patreon stream. If you're not signed up on the Patreon page and you want to, you should check it out. There's the link. I'll post it in the comments section. That link's also posted in the chat. I stream on Patreon every weekend. We have a really good time over there. Check it out. See y'all tomorrow. Appreciate you hanging out. Congratulations to everybody that won today. If you lost, well, you already know. You'll be featured tomorrow on the Your Season Is Over video, which comes out every Sunday during the college football season. And you know, we already have a helmet over there. The Alabama helmet. What a shame. What an absolute shame that Alabama fucking lost. Holy shit. You know, Alabama's winless this year. Yeah, they're winless this year. And they're on a 2-game losing streak. They lost to Michigan, and now they've lost to Florida State. It's an absolute shame. The entire state of Alabama is in shambles. All right, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow in the Your Season is Over video and at 3 o'clock for South Carolina versus Virginia Tech. Have a good morning.